All right, Chairman.
Okay. This is Thursday, April 23rd, 2020. Opening appeals to be heard for the 2019 grand list and the 2018 supplemental grand list. Appeals are by appointment only. The meeting is taking place in a webinar format through Zoom. The chairman of the BAA is John Parfit Jr. The chairman is now naming the members who are in attendance. We have Jim Mitchell, who's a regular member, and John Piazenza and Don Marchand are also in attendance. The host of the meeting are Lynn Bryberg, Assistant Assessor and Clerk to the BAA, Mary Gardner, the Assessor. Panelists in webinar will be BAA members. BAA members should state their names prior to speaking. The attendees will be appellants. No public speaking other than appellants scheduled for the appeal appointments with the board. This is being broadcast via Groton Municipal TV. To make a motion or second a motion, BAA members should speak into the phone or computer microphone. And Lynn, I would like to add this onto the minutes concerning Zoom training. Zoom training for all BAA members and the assessor staff was on Thursday, 4/16, and Friday, 4/17 at 4 p.m. So, you have that, Lynn?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we can go on to the first appellant.
Okay. This is Mary speaking. I am going to allow Michael Meyer to speak. Okay. And Michael is going to be joining the webinar as a panelist.
Can you hear us?
There you are, Mr. Meyer.
Yeah, hi.
Mr. Meyer, can you hear me?
We can, crystal clear.
Okay, I'm John Parfit. I am the chairman of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I am going to be known as the chairman because one of our other members is John. So to eliminate confusion, now I'm going to read a little introduction and then we'll get to you in just a moment. Your hearing will be with the Board of Assessment Appeals. Board members are volunteers appointed by the Town Council and are residents and taxpayers in the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the Assessor's Office. Any evidence or exhibits you submit will become part of the permanent record. You will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you disagree with the decision of the board, you will have the right to file an appeal with the Superior Court. Now, that being said, now it's your turn to tell us why you would disagree with the evaluation.
Well, hello, Chairman John.
Hello.
And hello, everybody. I hope you can see us all right. You've probably seen my letter, have you not? Otherwise, I'll go through its main points.
Well, we have seen your letter, so why don't you go ahead and highlight things then?
All right. Well, before sending that letter, I went over to the town office and spoke with Mary, and I'm sure she'll remember a very nice conversation. And she mentioned 2 points. One, that our house was reassessed in May of 2019, and for $690,000. We're disagreeing with that because we bought the house about 4 months later at the end of August for $590,000. So that's a market value. And we deliberately overbid on the property. We don't know exactly what the bid on the house was, but the owner was going to accept something in the range of 545, 555. And we bid more because we really wanted the house and we really liked Groton and we really took to the neighborhood. And so we deliberately paid more than what was a market value. And the house had been listed for, I think, since early April. So it had been around for a while. And it was certainly an arm's length market, non-distress, ordinary sale. So given the disparity between the actual bids on the house, ours and the lower one from some other folks, I think we should rethink this. Also, Mary mentioned that in May, again, 3 or 4 months before the sale, you folks raised the house, the estimation of the condition of the house from fair to average. And I'd have to say, with a great deal of pain and frustration, that I've discovered, I knew then that the house was in poor condition, but I hadn't realized just how poor it was. I immediately had to replace the roof that was leaking and full of literal holes where you could see the sky through the roof. There were pipes on the 3rd floor, bathrooms leaking into the downstairs and bringing down ceilings. There are many, well, not many, but numerous unfinished rooms with only the studs, no electric, in some cases wiring, in other cases not. You've probably seen the pictures in the bank appraisal, which I sent you. It features an awful lot of peeling paint and rotting wood on the exterior, which normally you'd think, oh, that's just cosmetic, but in fact, that rot goes all the way into the house. And I'm a journalist, so I specialize in writing for a living. I have become a day laborer for the last 6 months trying to fix everything that was broken, rotten, and I have a long, long, long way to go. So the pictures of the house, yes, they looked absolutely beautiful. If you look at the real estate listing, you would think, gee, what a great thing, what a great buy, what a great house. It has great potential, let's put it that way. And one picture is not worth 1,000 words. Those pictures showcased the best of the house, but ignored all the flaws and all the problems. And I'll finish up right here. Again, look at the pictures of the appraisal and you will see. If you look at a picture of a really nice bathroom, for example, it's not pointed at the floor. The floor is just planks. Some of them are broken. They're unpainted, rolling back linoleum, and rusted pipes that leak into the ground floors, into the floors below. So they're just things you couldn't know from the pictures that you do know once you're the astonished owner. And as I say again, unfinished, the house counted 4 bathrooms. One didn't even have pipes in them. There were no fixtures, no pipes connecting to the plumbing elsewhere. This is
empty room.
I'm almost speechless. This house is not average.
We're hopeful.
And so bottom line, I do think the assessment that you did in May was really overly generous compared to the reality of this property.
Okay. Does any of the other members have any questions to ask the appellant?
I do. Mr. Meyer, were you aware of the condition of the house when you bought it?
Well, we had an inspection done, um,
We submitted that in April.
and you have that there. I did, I have an eye for things. I knew it needed a new roof. I knew we would have to, find the money to fix bathrooms and other things. There were a lot of things, I didn't know about the rusting broken pipes or the leaks. I didn't realize how much wood was rotting. I underestimated the magnitude of the job and overestimated my own abilities, which is probably not uncommon. It'll take me just a lot longer to do this than I ever anticipated. And if you look at my hands, you will see broken fingernails, and my skin is covered with paint almost every day. If you meet me, I will look like a homeless day laborer. I do one supporting document if I could. We had another appraisal done by a woman named Shauna Peterson. We sent that in 2 days ago too, trying to establish the value of the house in 2016. But you probably read her letter. She too said that the listing, the assessment value of the house was greatly overstated compared to its genuine value. And she also made the point that while there were no comparable sales in 2016 in Eastern Point or the Groton Shore area, she did do a comparison elsewhere up and down the coast for houses that were valued in this range. And they were all very much more modern. They all had many more amenities, from attached garages. By the way, our garage is almost falling down and the doors are rotted out, and the windows all broken. Modern attached garages, often pools, private beaches, or at least beach access, docks, the whole gamut. These are much newer, much more fully renovated houses. You can't compare and I'll finish here. It's very hard to compare a fully renovated or new house with our little work in progress. So with that, let me kick it over to your questions. I'm sorry to talk so much.
Well, that's okay. This is your 15 minutes.
Well, of fame. Thank you. I feel really important.
All right. This is the chairman again. Does anybody else have any other questions or comments to give to the appellants?
I did have another one. This is Don Marchand. So the price that you paid was based on another offer, as well as the inspection report that you'd had done?
Yes. Which the inspection report valued the house at roughly what we paid. And as I say, the owner was going to accept the offer in the mid 500s later that afternoon. And we decided we really wanted the house. We really wanted to live here. This is where we're retiring. And this is where we live. It's not a second home. And we really wanted it. So we were willing to pay a premium. But that premium did not really reflect the market value. The market value would have, I do think, was closer to 550.
And that's based on the present, correct? Not 2016.
Correct. 2016, I would imagine, would have been lower. The house sold in 2013, I believe, for $460,000. So the 2016 value would have been somewhere between that and now. The appraiser's letter from Shauna Peterson addresses that point, and she says that specifically.
But she was using comparisons of present day, correct?
No, she went back and offered a list of about a dozen properties sold in 2016. She couldn't do it with nearby houses in Groton because there were no sales in 2016.
Mhm.
in this neighborhood. I
Right,
don't,
so she just had a listing. She didn't do an actual appraisal with comps.
she did comps, yes.
She did,
She did comps for the more finished, polished houses in the higher range, the 690 range.
This is Mary speaking. Just to
Right.
clarify, Don, there is an appraisal as part of the package from Bob Silverstein, which was the date of the sale, and Shauna Peterson is a real estate professional. I'm not sure what her real estate, if she's a realtor or a broker or an appraiser, but there's a letter that she emailed, and that's what Mr. Meyer is referring to.
okay.
Yes.
Okay, this is the chairman speaking again. Looks like we got our work cut out for us here
Yeah,
to do what we can do. So if nobody has any other questions.
I have a question, John.
John
Mr.
Piazza?
Meyer?
Yes.
Hi, this is John Piasens. I'm one of the alternate members of the board.
Yeah.
I appreciate your undertaking here, and I can sympathize with you. Having said that, did you ever obtain an estimate or some kind of a rough order of magnitude price based on the inspection? You know, you had quite a detailed inspection that was done. And of course, your own assessment and speaking to contractors, whatever, of the total cost to bring this residence up to a certain level condition where you'd be comfortable living there.
Well, that's a good question, John. I mean, we didn't have anybody commit to a price, but yes, the contractor, the broker for the seller referred me to a contractor, and I spoke with several others, including the inspectors who came in.
Mm-hmm.
I was able to drive a hard price on getting a roof on. I paid $22,000 right up front. Some of the contractors said you might be able to find somebody less expensive than they were quoting, because some of them were getting up into the $40,000 range. And I was able to find somebody when the season was turning who had a hole in his schedule and was willing to do it on the cheap. If you added up all the things like the roof and worked on from there, I was getting into the $100,000 to $170,000 range of renovations to bring this up to average or good standard. Now,
Okay.
my thought was always that I would try to do as much work myself as I could. I can't do roofing and I can't do plumbing.
Right. There are certain things you're not going to undertake yourself. I understand.
Right.
What's this? I don't remember now. What's the square footage? I can't find it here on the
53.
total square foot.
Well, it depends on how you count, like with most things. They were advertising it on the date of sale as 5,300.
Right. Total living area.
Well, but hang on a sec. The letter from the assessor, appraiser, real estate professional, Shauna Peterson, said that we have a third floor that's, it's just raw planking. Some of the rooms don't have electric. They've got
Right.
plaster, no lighting. Other rooms they're just studs with, fiberglass insulation hanging out. Some electric, some not. So, actual living space, she estimated, could be closer to 3,000 square feet, and she specifies that in the letter. So again, what are we really talking about here? It's kind of a problematic house.
Right. So like 3,000 usable square feet.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, John.
That's all I have, Chairman.
All right, this is the chairman again.
Chairman
Um,
Chen, thank you.
All right. We're not going to be able to make a decision right this moment because we have another appellant coming up there. So if there's no other things to bring forth, we will be making a decision on this during this session, whether it be today or our next session. So if not, I think we can close this off at the moment, and we will get back with you and you'll be mailed our decision sometime in the near future.
Well, thank you, and it's been a pleasure meeting you all. I mean, we really like Groton,
We
and
do.
Well, we like it. We like Groton too. That's why we're here. So
Thank you very much for coming forward. And
Cheers,
Thank you,
folks.
Mr. Mayor.
thank you very much.
take care.
Bye-bye.
You too.
Bye now.
Bye now.
Okay, well, is the next appellant there yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, well, we got a few moments. We can maybe just do some quick discussion on this if nobody has a problem with it. No,
I have a question, Lynn.
Yes.
So were these the two, there's so many emails going back and forth. Were these, was this the residence for which you sent the two from each avenue and Hillside? Are those different?
Yes.
Okay, so those are the applicable ones. I'm going to state up front, I'm somewhat amenable to giving them some relief. Looks like a pretty massive undertaking here with this house. There's a lot. I read through that report, the inspection report. There's a lot of deficiencies in this house, and I think Don's question was good because, was it caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. I mean, I don't know how closely he read the report, but there's a lot of things that need to be done to this house to bring it up to condition. But anyway, I'm not sure how everybody else feels.
well, this is the chairman coming back again. I'm looking at the property record card for 2018, and it has it listed as 585,600, which is just slightly less than what they purchased it for. Seeing that the work that they have, stuff is going to be picked up on permits probably, and we're going to be having their evaluation sometime in another year. I don't have a real problem in boosting it back to at least their purchase price and let it be right-sized when it comes to the reval and any permits.
This is Mary speaking.
Yes.
We had the condition in the CDU in the past as fair. We bumped it up to average, looking at the real estate advertisement photos, the interior photos. If they were to do the repairs, if you were to change this to fair and then they did the repairs, we could always put that back to average after the repairs were finished. And Lynn has a total number. What's the total appraised value?
With the fair, it's 588,200.
Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay.
5882.
Yes,
588.
588,200.
Well, that puts it right on the mark, really.
Yeah, that puts it in
Yeah, it
between.
does.
I
And
don't have a real
I'm
problem.
agreeable to that. I think, they seem like very sincere, straightforward people. And I read the report and I read the appraisal. I mean, they've got a ton of issues to deal with.
That's putting it mildly.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think I would have bid what he bid, but that's his prerogative. But
Okay, so I will make a motion that we put it down to, what was the figures again?
So you would change the CDU and the condition from average to fair.
right,
And
which
that would,
changed.
and that would change the full value to,
588.2.
okay.
And I would second that, John.
Okay,
John,
you write up the motion with those two in it? Okay, we have a motion and a second is to change the CDU and condition to fair and fair for a total price of full value $588,200. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Hearing none. It's a unanimous vote. Okay,
And Lynn, you don't happen to have an email from Charlie Agreda, do you? From AeroTube? He hasn't called in yet. His appointment was at 2:20.
Yes, and I'm surprised, because didn't I attach the emails with Sonia back and forth with him?
But do you
No.
have anything
The
he
recent
hasn't
one?
emailed you to say,
No,
I can't dial in or anything like that?
no. Nothing.
So the assessment for that, Lynn, is now 411,740.
411,740.
Thank you. So your next appellant has not called in.
okay.
Would you like me to try to reach out to them, or do you want to just let it go, guys?
I think it's appropriate we find out who actually owns that property. That seems to be the
Yeah.
debate.
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
I think that's up to him to, because PCC Structurals has them listed as the owner. If it's not theirs, if they don't own it, it's up to them to prove to us that who does own it. That's not up to us to find out who owns it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was just, you're right, but I was just curious if we knew. It looks like it, it was, now they're talking about it's part of United Technologies and maybe the government owns it. I mean, this thing seems kind of ludicrous, but
I would say that we just let it ride through today, and if we don't hear anything, by the end, they've lost their chance at explaining something anyway.
They didn't appeal last year, did they?
No.
do
I
not
didn't think
believe so, no.
I didn't think so.
Well, then we can,
I mean, because if they truly wanted, or if they truly thought that, I forget, who was it?
it's Condor Industries, DBA, Empire Manufacturing, but it's also, what you call Aero.
No, if he really thinks that Pratt & Whitney or United Technology owns it, all he's got to do is get in touch with them, with these
Right.
part numbers and say, are these yours? Or are these the government's?
Well, Don, do you remember, have a recollection of this from your days in that?
Not with them specifically, but with other companies, yes. That was always an ongoing thing.
this is the chairman, Mary, have they paid their taxes even though they're a non-filer?
Lynn is checking right now.
Because if they paid their taxes and they don't want to change their non-filer status and pay the additional amount, that's their choice, I guess.
They have not paid, they did not pay Grand List 2018.
18, okay.
Now, Mary, what was the number you cited? We're going to keep it at? I see 64,043.
Are you talking about the assessed value?
Total value, it says 64,043. Personal property record.
Yeah, that is the depreciated value. So the assessed value is 56,040.
Okay, all right.
And that
Thanks.
includes the 25% penalty.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
I misunderstood you, that's all. Did we decide whether we wanted Mary to try to reach out to them, or?
I think the chairman decided not to.
Okay.
So
If there,
these assets are over 7 years old then, right? More than 7 years, at least 7 years old? Since the assessment didn't change from last year to this year?
Oh, that's too bad. We should have made sure they added your profile. Don, I don't know the answer to that.
I can go check.
Well, can you just check to see how long they've been declaring it? That might help with that answer. Or how long we've had accounts for them.
Well, according to the history here on the card, it was only last year and this year.
Okay, so that's
But,
the only time that we've been assessing them. I don't know how old the assets are.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we did not get Lynn's profile to keep a camera loaded up on this computer in this finance conference room yet.
well, anyway, the next two coming up at 2:40 are Pfizer.
They are in the queue, Chairman.
Why don't we just go ahead and start with them if nobody else has any objections, because we can at least get them on their way. And
This is Mary Gardner speaking. Sean, are you there?
Good afternoon, Mary. Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm John Parfit. I am the chairman of the board. I'm going to be known as the chairman due to we have another member who his name is John too, so to avoid confusion, and I'll read you a little introduction, and then you can tell us all about what you have. Your hearing will be with the Board of Assessment Appeals. Board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers in the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibits you submit will become part of the permanent record. You will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you disagree with the decision of the board, you have the right to file an appeal with the Superior Court. Okay, I guess we can go on to there's two items here. The first one is, I'll just say the PIN number and I'll read the last three numbers, 055. Would you like to start with that one?
Sure, John, that would be fine. That we refer to that as the manufacturing parcel or the west parcel.
Okay,
And I just like to first thank the board for the opportunity to speak this afternoon on behalf of my client and also McCarter and English. I just to let you know, my colleague Mike Bennick may or may not be joining us via Zoom as well. But I'll be leading the discussion today, so we can go ahead and get started. I also hope all of you and all your families are staying safe and healthy during this difficult time, and appreciate the fact that we've been able to speak today on Zoom. We're all, I think, learning a lot about the technology that's available, and so thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
But we don't need to go through, this has a fairly lengthy procedural history. There's appeals currently pending now for I believe, the tax years back in the 2011 grand list, and also the current grand list, the 2016 list. To suffice to say that the parties, both parties have been working hard and diligently over the past few years to get where we are today, and have recently exchanged appraisal reports for the 2011 revaluation appeals that I believe to 2011 revaluation with respect to property condition as of October 1st, 2015. The parties exchanged those, and my client's position with respect to the value for the 2016 reval date and this appeal really relates back to the our appraisal's conclusions from those years. But with respect to the West manufacturing, our position is that we believe that the fair market value, and we believe that a appraisal report would support the fair market value would be $32,400,000 with an assessment of $22,680,000. And that was based off of the appraisal for the October 1st, 2014 grand list. That was the value of $33 million, and our subtracting the appraised value at the time of the building 114, which has since been sold. So again, it's we believe an appraisal, we would obviously have to update it for the 2016 grand list, but we believe that if we were to do that, the appraisal would come out roughly around, the $32,400,000 for the fair value for again, that would be the west parcel of the manufacturing parcel.
I have a question, John.
Sure.
Steve, this is John Piacenza. I'm a board member. Just for clarification, the figure on the application for the appeal is somewhat different from what you just cited. If I heard you correctly.
Yeah, and that is correct. For purposes of settlement and for purposes of resolving this, you are correct. The application indicated, I believe, a fair market value of $30,250,000. For purposes of resolving this matter, my client's position at this hearing, our requested value is $32,400,000.
32,400. Okay. It just there's a little bit of reverberation in the transmission. That's I just want to clarify. Okay, so 32 million. But I got it. All right. Thanks, Steve. I can get the assessed value from that.
Yeah, I believe the assessed value would be $22,680,000.
Okay, I'm looking at this is the chairman, I'm looking at the property card and the assessed and appraised. Okay, I see. Just trying to get a little bit of an understanding here. Does anybody else have any further questions for Steve at this moment?
Steve, excuse me, this is Jim. Did you say that you are actually in court with this request currently?
So we are currently have appeals pending for the October 1st, 2013 grand list assessment for not this parcel, the R&D North parcel that we'll be discussing next, as well as an appeal pending for the October 1st, 2014 grand list assessment for this west manufacturing parcel, as well as the R&D parcel, which would, of course, carry forward to the 2015 grand list. And then Pfizer has also appealed the October 1st, 2016 grand list assessment for both the this parcel, the manufacturing parcel, as well as the R&D parcel we'll be discussing next.
Thank you.
So those appeals are pending.
Okay, if nobody has any other questions, should we move on to the other parcel?
Let me just say, this is Mary Gardner. Hello, Sean.
Hi, Mary.
I believe Mike is on the phone as a call-in listener. We just verified that that's his phone number, and I just unmuted him. So, Mike, are you there?
Good afternoon, Mary. Good afternoon, board. Thank you for unmuting me. I've just been listening in. Sean is presenting everything from the taxpayer's perspective, but if you need anything, I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, if no other information, why don't we move on to the next parcel, which the PIN ID, the last three numbers are 760, and that's known as, does that have to go by another name?
That's referred to as the north parcel or the R&D parcel, the research and development parcel. And again, the taxpayer's position on this parcel is informed and based on the appraisal that was exchanged that was based on the October 1st, 2011 reval, and with the property condition as of October 1st, 2014. But for settlement purposes, we believe that the market variables and the property condition would be similar for the new reval, date of 2016. So what we have done for settlement purposes here, our position is that the fair market value of the R&D parcel is $179 million, and the assessment would be $125,300,000, and that is arrived at based on from the appraisal report from the 2014 grand list. That appraisal was appraised the parcel at 185 million. We have substituted and subtracted, subtracted about $6 million to reflect the fact that two buildings on this parcel, building 286 and 288, were demolished, as well as subtracting building 230, which has been separately assessed. And so we've subtracted $6 million from the appraised value of 185 million to arrive at 179 million. And just for clarification, that is different from the fair market value in the application. So this number would be, for settlement purposes in resolving this matter, our position is that that we believe that the fair market value of this parcel is 179 million.
Okay, does any of the other board members have any other questions? Okay, hearing nothing. We are going to be making a decision on both of these parcels during this session. Not sure when it'll be, but as soon as we have a decision, we will be mailing that decision to you. And I guess that's all we can do at this moment. So it was great to see you come down and visit us and let us know how things are going.
Well, we appreciate the time to each and every one of you, and we hope that you continue to stay safe, stay well, and your families as well. So thank you very much for your time.
You also. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Sean.
Okay, is there a next appellant here or not? Not.
No, not yet.
Okay. This is quite honestly too complex, I think, for at least me anyway, unless somebody wants to weigh into that, because I know things are.
Well, there's some history here, right, Don?
Yes. I don't have all of it, but I just know
Definitely
there is.
history.
What's that?
There's definitely history, but isn't it all, it's all under litigation though, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, they jumped from 107 to 179 million on between the time we filed the appeal and today. That's interesting. But for settlement purposes, as you say. What's the status of litigation, Mary?
Yes, this is Mary Gardner, assessor speaking. We, as Sean mentioned, we have exchanged appraisals, and both sides are in the process of reviewing the other side's appraisals. We had a pretrial date set for early summer, but it's been pushed out with the court schedule being pushed out. So right now, everything is on hold.
Right.
I think it's my opinion that we should make both of these parcels no change and let them follow the course that the court system has had for the previous years, because a change that we make could affect those decisions that will be made at one point in time for previous grand lists. Anybody want to weigh in on that?
No, I think it's an analogous situation to the, with respect to the electrical power generation, you know, the solar panels. It's under litigation. We don't even have a timeline for when it will be adjudicated. So I don't think it would be prudent for us to make any determination at this time and let it go to court and play out in the legal system, the legal process.
Now, there's one other issue, but it doesn't affect your thinking on that, but there's a certain dollar amount over which we can just say we don't want to deal with it. And I don't remember what that was, but Mary, can you help us with that?
Yes, I can. It is $1 million in assessment, and you have voted in the past to hear all appeals and to not, basically the way it works is if the board decided they didn't want to hear appeals for assessments $1 million or over, when the applications came to the staff and the clerk who processes the Board of Assessment appeal applications, we would notify them that the board had made a previous decision to not hear appeals over $1 million, and that gave them the opportunity just to go straight to court. But in past, and it's been a long time since the board has even visited this matter, but once upon a time, the board voted to hear all appeals, even if they were over $1 million. And I think really for two solid, sound reasons. One is we have several properties in Groton that are over $1 million. We have many, many homes and residential properties. And
even the residents.
Yes. The second reason being it gives the taxpayer the opportunity to provide the board with some information that maybe had not been able to be considered in the past, and it would be an opportunity to avoid going to court if they shed light on something that let the board understand that maybe some consideration should be given. So it's a sound decision for Groton that you hear appeals where assessments are at that threshold.
Okay.
All right, then I'm going to make a motion on the West Campus property for no change due to the valuation of the property being over $1 million. Is there a second?
And currently in litigation.
Pending litigation, John.
And pending litigation.
Yeah. Second.
Piacenza.
Piacenza.
No change, oh, sorry, this is Lynn.
No change.
Change based on pending litigation?
And
Correct.
that the value is over $1 million.
And the fact that the assessment's over $1 million.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
All right, we have a motion for no change. It is seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. It's a unanimous vote. And I would like to make the same motion again for the R&D portion with the same stated reasons for no change. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Done.
Who seconded it?
Piacenza.
Piacenza? Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, is there another appellant nearby yet? Mary?
Not yet.
Okay.
Time is it?
Does anybody wish to go back to one of the ones we missed from Tuesday? As I can see, the only thing we can go is 30 Marlin Drive.
Okay. Are these the originals? I
These
thought I
are
wrote in all the
Yeah, no,
numbers.
these are copies.
Oh, okay.
I take that back, it's 20 Marlin Drive.
Yeah, 20.
I looked at the wrong side of the application. Well, anyway, I know we had all this paperwork and so and stuff that we had submitted, and I noticed one thing on there, and I believe we can do this because we've had several other properties in the area having the linear waterfront footage taken off because really they weren't. So I'd like to go back and look at doing the same thing to take the linear waterfront off of this, because based on the map here, 134 Anchorage is listed without waterfront. I believe 23 Marlin, and I'm looking at another one that's, is that Bass Drive, I think? Number 40. And I think I remember we did this one a year or two ago. We took the waterfront off because they weren't really on waterfront because there was land, and it's the same thing as the river slivers on the Mystic River on Pearl Street area. So anybody have any comments on that?
I have a question for Mary or for Lynn. On the personal property record card, it says Prime Star means it's not waterfront, right? Prime is waterfront. Right?
That's true.
Now, what about and
20 Marlin.
beneath that it says water frontage view 224.
Is that a question, John?
Yeah, what does that mean?
It means that they are influenced by the indirect.
Indirect water
They're not
frontage.
on water, they're indirectly influenced by the view in this case. And so when we designed their landlines, it was a little different than the folks that have linear
Right.
on actual water. This was still a way to try to capture value because of the influence and the
Okay.
proximity of their lot to the water. In this
Right,
case,
what's-
the lagoon.
Okay, what's the 224 is measurement of?
That's probably their, let me just get to the lot. That's probably their front footage. So let me get there.
Okay.
Takes a moment for GIS to load up.
Yeah, we got a little time. Hey, John
Yes.
Parfit.
Yes,
So your question, just so for clarification, is this what you're referring to, that factor that adds 112,000, or you to the value?
yes.
Okay, so I thought.
I just remember us doing stuff on some of the other nearby properties in this curve here. And I don't remember the details, but I just remember we started doing something like that. And
Indirect water frontage, cut it down to 100 feet from 224. So what I'm noticing, this is Mary speaking, that it looks like all of the frontage on Marlin Drive was taken into consideration for that measurement of 224. So I've asked Lynn to run it at 100 linear foot of indirect water frontage and see where the value lands.
right, because the portion on Marlin Drive itself, it really isn't looking toward waterfront, but to stand at the other direction, 90 degrees to the south, definitely.
Yeah, so if you change that to 100 from 224, what is the overall land appraised value?
248,000.
So she changed the indirect water frontage linear foot measurement from 224 linear feet to 100 linear feet, and it changed the overall appraised value from 310,000 to 248.
Okay,
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
agreeable.
I
I'm agreeable
think
with that.
I think that's a lot fairer.
okay. Does anybody ever have any other thing they want to bring to the table?
So
Mary, I think that's a good solution. Just as a point of information though, what about 120? Do they have a indirect water frontage also?
20 Marlin?
Yes,
Yeah.
they do, Jim. They have 121 linear foot.
Got it. Okay, that's all. Okay, so far it sounds like you've made a
yeah,
good choice. 100
it's
feet.
consistent, Jim.
Although it's listed on the card, but it did not apply any value to it. Their land value overall is $295,000. There is on 106 Anchorage Drive, which is nearby.
That's next door, yeah.
Their Prime Star land is appraised at $299,000. Their indirect water frontage is 220 linear feet, and that adds an additional $110,000 for a total land value of $409,000.
So how did 120 get, we recognize that they should be assessed for their indirect waterfront, but there was no number in there?
There's no number in there. Their full appraised value is $295,900.
Okay, now I presume that'll get picked up during the reval.
However, the property sold in October of 2015 for $600,000, and our appraised value is $566,000.
I know, I agree with you. It sounds like that all three of those probably should, they should be the same as far as whether they're being assessed for waterfront, for the Prime Star waterfront.
And since this was the one property within this grouping that sold during the 2016 sale set, this is the one that sets the value.
Isn't that the house that was, one of our board members lived in that house?
Maureen.
Maureen? Yeah. Okay, good. All right.
Right, it's her fault.
Their fault. Okay.
All right.
Okay, thank you. That takes care of my concerns.
You
Right.
want a motion, John?
I'll make a motion. This is the chairman. to change the linear footage from 224 to 100 feet, which changes the full value to 248,000.
I'll second that, Piacenza.
All right, we have a second. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Let's see.
Next one's 320. He's not in the queue yet, is he, Mary?
There is no one in the queue.
Okay. I'm just looking at the stuff we missed the other day. We're waiting on the Noble Avenue. We have Island Circle and West Shore Avenue. Okay, why don't we take a look at the 33 Island Circle South. Take my notes. All right, does anybody have any comments or questions on,
I'm sorry, John, I stepped up out for a minute. Island Circle, did you say?
yes, I think this is one of those cases where the valuation of the value of the house, let me change that. The purchase price of the house listed as a valid sale, which was far less, by about 150,000, I think. No, 250,000.
About $250,000.
Yeah.
Had the
But
previous owners ever appeal this, the value? Or
We have-
recently?
We have a 2011 grand list appeal to the board with no change. And that was it, that we have on the notes, on the record.
This is the chairman of the 17 grand list. It says 4 extra fix and FBA. What does that mean, please?
Yep, we added, extra fixtures are in the room detail section of the card, John.
Okay,
And what an extra fixture is we know for a bathroom, a full bathroom would typically have 3 fixtures, a toilet, a sink, and a shower or a shower tub combination. If you have a master bathroom, for example, that has a double sink on the vanity, one of those double sinks is an extra fixture. Or if you have an outdoor shower, many of the homes in the beach communities have outdoor showers, so people can rinse the sand off before they go into the house. Each of those plumbing fixtures cost money to install, so we consider them extra fixtures and we assign a value to each extra fixture. It's just one value that goes to every extra plumbing fixture. It could be a utility sink, it could be a bar sink if you have, you know, a family room and there's a little bar in there. So we discovered that they had 4 extra fixtures and added it to the record in 2017. And we added some finished basin living area. This would be the rec room size of 300 square feet, which does make sense. I think you would probably see that going from the garage area up into the main floor living area. Many times there is an area that is finished.
Mary, it's John. Did you say it was appealed in 2011?
It was, yes, it was appealed to the board in 2011. The board made no change to value.
That's when Mr. Pappas was the owner. Okay.
Yes.
So for 2016, 17, and 18, he felt the assessed value was accurate then, since he didn't appeal it.
That's what I'm looking at, yeah.
Yeah.
And we're basing the value of this assessment is based on a value of what it should have been in 16, correct?
Plus
Correct.
the addition of the extra fixtures.
Right. And none of the abutters have appealed.
Not this year, anyway. All right, what's the feeling of the board?
I feel there should not be a change based on the former owners not appealing it for 16 or 17 or 18.
Would you like to make that a motion?
I'd like to make that, yeah, I make a motion, no change.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All those not in favor? Hearing none, the motion is unanimous for no change. Okay.
So we just have one left from the other day that we have.
We have
Two
two.
rather.
One is 69 Noble, which I think we wanted to put that off to do all the
Right.
Noble at the same time.
And then we have the West Shore Avenue.
West Shore Avenue, which is
Pamela Morante and
13A.
yeah, 213A, Paul Smith and Pamela. Okay.
All right, what does the rest of the board feel on this one?
I was curious as to what the two abutting properties were assessed at. Because I think they're, if I remember correctly, they were somewhat similar in size. And then if we back the 213 out of what they were assessed at, would that be a valid value for what was left for the 213A?
Send them the property record cards. I think Don had asked for those, right? Don Marchand, had you asked us for the property record cards at 215?
Yes,
Did
that's
we
okay.
say-
I just want to know what the land's assessed at for 215 and for the one on the other side.
Yep, I apologize.
That's okay. That's all right. I'm just looking for the land values. 942.
Land value for 215 is 943,200.
Okay.
And would you like it for 213?
Yes, please.
Okay.
213 and 2 Weston, please.
Okay, so 213, the land appraised value is 703,900.
Okay.
And 2 Weston, the land appraised value is 803,800. And that's a little bit smaller, I think.
Yeah, yeah, I could see that.
What was 215, Mary?
215 is,
943.2.
yeah, and that is
Just-
0.33 acres.
That's just the land.
I'm only giving you the land.
Yeah.
And this one's, this one's 48.1.
Now, there is a difference when you compare lot sizes like that is not very apparent. And that's because there are scales built into the lot size. So there are incremental and decremental factors, calculations behind the scenes that it's just not a one-to-one match to say
Right,
the
no,
same.
I understand that part.
Okay.
I understand that.
Just to be sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how we can make any other reductions at this point, but
Well, I would, they don't have a water view. I mean, they're looking right at the back of someone's house, and I think there should be an influence. I would consider an influence factor for the fact that that's a road that runs right along the edge of their house.
and it just seems like, to me, almost every direction that they look in a 180-degree circle, they might get a sliver of view through a couple of houses in a couple of degrees, but largely,
You'd be looking out of their garage, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would,
yeah,
because the garage is where,
possibly straight to the front across
on the
South Shore Avenue, maybe straight that way. You might get the biggest thing there, but no really direct water. The indirect water view is very minimal.
If you were to adjust the influence factor for location, which I think is what these guys are talking about,
I think
currently
so.
it's minus 25. If you were to make it minus 40, what would that do to the price? Is somebody calculating that?
Yes, this is Lynn.
Hi, Lynn.
Hi, it changes the land appraised value to 390,500.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I think that brings it down to a number that makes sense to me. So you guys want to hash it out. I think that's a good place to make an adjustment, is in the influence factor based on location, the location indicating that it's behind somebody else's house. They really don't, like John and Don said, you can't really see the water. So location is probably the right place to make an adjustment there. My suggestion was to go from minus 25 to minus 40, and that brings it down about $90,000.
Like,
Yeah,
can you make
I
that
can go with
motion?
that.
so the total value, Lynn, is 44?
484,200.
44,200 is what I came up with. Is that what you got?
Yes.
Okay. I'm agreeable to that.
So Jim, would you like to make that a motion?
Sure. The motion is to adjust the land information location influence factor from minus 25 to minus 40. And this is based on the appellant's appeal, just their opinion of what the status is.
I second that.
So John Piazenza seconds.
Piacenza, yeah.
Andrew.
All right, is there any other questions? Any other comments? We have a motion for change, a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously for a change.
Yes, somebody is there.
Pardon?
Let's see. Your next appellant is in the queue?
And that is 63 Noble.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Mr. Reed, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great.
Mr. Reed, this is the chairman. My name is John Parfit. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
I'm going by the chairman as one of our other members is named John, so there'll be no confusion. I'm going to read a little introduction and then it'll be your time to tell us all about your appeal. Your hearing will be with the Board of Assessment Appeals. Board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers in the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibits you submit will become part of the permanent record. You will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you would disagree with the decision of the board, you have the right to file an appeal with Superior Court. That being said, tell us all about your property on Noble Avenue.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, my property is 63 Noble Ave. I think it was assessed in 2016 at the 800,000 at fully assessed value, and the 70% is about 560. And it was purchased last year for 500,000. And I know the property values can vary a lot, but nearly a 40% drop in property value. It was bought on the open market, an arm's length transaction, and I didn't know the owner, and so I bought it for 510,000, 5,000 credit for damage to the property, so 505,000 net. I just feel like the property value has not decreased by 300,000, nearly 40%, dating back to 2016. So, I mean, that's in a nutshell, the basis for my appeal. Do you need any more information or regarding that?
Well, this property, as all properties in Groton, the valuation is based on the 2016 grand list.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we start from.
Exactly.
And that we may not be able to make a change from that grand list figure unless there's some other overriding factors that you present to us. Does any other members of the board have any questions for Mr. Reed?
Are there any, this is Don Marchand, are there any other circumstances which you feel that required the price to drop like that?
No, I mean, there's damage to the property. I've got to redo all the siding. I have to redo the basement is crumbling a little bit inside in terms of the foundation, so I'm going to have to repair that. I mean, the other houses on the street are beach houses. This is more. It's only 700 square feet, so it's a cottage, and I don't feel that was really taken into account. But there are damages that I'm going to have to do as part of the purchase.
Were you aware of these damages when you bought the house?
I was, for the most part. The foundation was a little bit of surprise underneath, but the siding and things I was aware.
So, my name is John Piacenza. Thanks for coming forward, Mr. Reed.
How are you?
I don't have a question, just just a point of clarification, if you will. The chairman alluded to it. So essentially we have to do revaluations every 5 years as mandated by state statute. And so it is a snapshot in time. And so we use sales sets or sales comparison figures to determine value at the time. So, and that's why we do it every 5 years. So property values can fluctuate. We try to capture, increases and decreases to reflect it accordingly. But just a little additional information, which you might have been aware of. But as Mr. Marshall, there's no other information you have that would weigh on our decision or help us to understand better, why that value, the appraised value, is so much lower than what we had at, or the market value rather is lower than what we had appraised at.
No, pretty much that's all the information is just, it's a little beach cottage, 800,000 is, even though it was 2016, and I know it can vary a lot. That just seems a little excessive based off what it's currently valued at.
Right.
This is the chairman speaking. Of course, 2021 is our next reevaluation. So with all of the other sales that happen between now and then, correct, a better valuation will probably be happening at that time. What that is, I couldn't say. If there's nothing further, there are several others on Noble Avenue that we're going to be deliberating on all at the same time. But as soon as we make a decision on your property, you will receive a notice in the mail on what our decision is. And it was good to see you come in and speak before the board. We like seeing residents coming in, tell us about their property. And is there anything else?
That's it then. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Okay, then.
Thank you. Take care.
Thanks, Reed.
Bye now.
All right. I'll put that aside for Noble Avenue. Mary,
Yes, John.
speaking of Noble Avenue, I was looking at the packet for Saturdays for Haddon,
Yes.
and there was no application with the whole packet. Have you gotten one yet?
Yes, we do have one.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I emailed that because she was after,
I can check, but I didn't see it.
my apologies, I thought
We do have an application, Chairman, yes.
Okay. Just wanted to check on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So our next one is slated for 3:40, which is in 15 minutes.
Chairman,
Yes,
let me just interrupt for a minute. We do have a note on the application that says we emailed it to the BAA members on April 17th.
okay, I'll have to look back at my emails. I may have missed it.
We've covered a lot of ground in the last 3 days.
Yes, I've
Yeah.
noticed.
Yes.
I almost had to buy another thing of ink and another packet of paper.
Is that in your budget, Mary?
Ink and paper?
Maybe.
You didn't hear me.
I did hear you.
He's ignoring me as usual.
I heard you.
The next one is personal property. We'll probably be asking Don to weigh in a little more on this one. Apparently a non-filer. So there's really no more business at this moment till the next person calls in.
You want to step out for a minute? You need to step out for anything?
I'm going to step away to use the facilities for just a few moments.
Sure.
Oh, we got a break.
Okay. Time for a snack.
Of course.
Mary, since we're off the BAA stuff for just a moment, can I ask a favor? Guess not, huh? Where'd you go? Don, can you see her from where you are?
No, she's gone.
I can't see her either.
All these. She went into the ladies' room.
So somebody called her line, but I wanted to make sure that it didn't have anything to do with this, so I
Thank
answered it.
Thank you.
But it's a guy that his last name is he goes by John Syracuse, but
Yeah.
it's Knuckles.
Yeah.
He's coming on Saturday. He sent her an email. He just wants confirmation from her, and I told him, I'd pass it on, but I also transferred it back into the voicemail so that he can see her. So how is everything going?
It's going well. They deliberated on everything for one neighbor, but it's brings the houses on Noble Avenue. They're all appealing. So they're setting them all aside so they can deliberate all at once.
What about Arrow?
He did not call in.
It'll be interesting to see what names.
Yep. You want to come in and just sit in on that one? See how it's done?
If you want to.
Sure. Absolutely.
I have returned.
Nobody's in the queue yet.
Okay, we'll be waiting.
Okay.
And Sonia's going to sit in on this appeal. Okay.
Sonia.
Oh, she's not in yet.
Oh,
She's on a call.
Lynn, are you in the room?
I am.
Hi, Lynn. This is Jim.
Yes.
I had a John and I have been having this conversation with regard to instructions or information for our appellants.
Yes.
And the subject came up earlier, and I was told that there was an instruction sheet that goes out to appellants prior to the meeting, so they have some knowledge of what's coming up. And I'm wondering, would you mind? I don't get that, and I don't see it on the list of documents that are available from the assessor's office. Could you just send that to me? I'd like to, possibly add something to it or ask you to consider a change.
Yes, and we did look at that earlier when you were talking about it, and I will forward those 2 documents to you.
Oh, that's very good.
For
Thank you.
all the members. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Jim, they are up on the website when the BAA applications are open.
Where on the website? This is the assessor's website?
So we take the BAA applications down when the expiration date goes by because it's too confusing to leave it up there. So there's a
Okay.
whole set of documents that we put up when the BAA application period is open.
Got
And we
it.
just take them all down when the BAA application period is closed.
But it's in that same list. I mean, you've got a nice list of documents that are available to everybody. But you
That's
say,
true.
that list does include this instruction prior to the meeting dates. Okay, I'm with you. If you'd send it anyway,
I will.
I'd like to review that very carefully since we have so many people making the same mistake. I'd like to see if we can clarify it or if it needs clarifying.
The one thing we did add to it this year, which was new, was the language that spoke about if the board has already made a reduction once,
Right,
they cannot make another reduction until the next revaluation cycle.
excellent. Now, is that form in the format of an FAQ, kind of here's a bullet and here's the answer, here's a bullet, here's the answer, or is it just a paragraph?
I think there's 2 documents that we use, and I don't believe either one of them are in the form of a FAQ. You can come have a seat.
Okay.
Sonia is in the room.
Sonia, this is Don.
Hi, Don.
Got a question about the next appeal, Amy Spa and Nail.
Yes.
You've got photos of the interior, correct?
I do.
Okay. 'Cause I saw where it said miscellaneous, where was it? $12,000. Just an idea what that included in that 12,000. Do you remember offhand?
Well,
Let me go get the file. How's that?
I know that there are several chairs that are hardwired, and the values that I entered were values from the previous business owner.
Okay. Was the previous business owner also a nail and spa?
Yes.
Okay. So we're guessing that they just probably went in and bought everything? That everything was left and they just bought everything? So it just became a turnkey operation?
I believe so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did the previous owners appeal?
No.
They didn't.
Are
Okay.
we already live with the taxpayer? Don, I'm gonna walk away for a second. Is
Okay.
that okay? All right. Then, how would we work with the photographs?
Email them to the members, to the board. Yeah, because these are in.
Jim?
Yeah.
This is Lynn. Did you say you have 2 workstations, 2 computers going right now? If we emailed you some photos, I don't remember how many members.
Just send them, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I have 2 computers going.
Yeah, so if you want to come here. and
Oh, you
find
can do it
the
from there?
feedback,
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely.
So,
So it's the GL19.
oh, it's the other side.
I've got your photos.
Oh, you
Oh.
do? Yep, okay.
You're welcome.
Do you still want to find them so that we can have them?
We're going to email them.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it's on the
So it's
K.
assessment.
Assessment personal property.
Yep.
Is it? Big question.
2440, God bless you.
I sneezed into my elbow.
Bless you.
No, I just don't want them to freak out that I'm sneezing out and all over. I used my elbow.
Open this up.
So we're just waiting for the appellant to call in.
We're waiting, we're here.
And Lynn has emailed the photographs.
Where's the appeal application? Is that it? Over there. Her name? Her name is King. don't believe so. I don't recall. I feel like I would have known.
Yeah.
The email was sent. I'm not sure if anybody received it.
Yeah, I got it. I have a desktop in addition to my iPad. I'm looking at it.
Okay.
Checking.
She's not called in yet.
Hey, Lynn,
Yes.
John, I opened up I was able to look at the photos. What's the other document? Is there another document that says appealing?
Oh, yes, Jim requested that I send the Board of Assessment Appeal documentation that we make available during appeal time. It's instructions.
Instructions.
Right. Yeah, I'm having a hard time opening that. What kind of?
Oh, okay, I sent it to all members.
Right. I opened up the photos up there. Maybe it went to. Nice chairs.
Yeah. Very
Pretty
nice.
plush. Very plush.
Mm-hmm.
I can't open that.
The previous owner was this one.
I don't ever remember having it, you know. Oh, you found it, okay. She's not dialed in yet.
You know, my question is, you bought 3 chairs this year and you can only estimate the value?
Is that what she wrote on her?
She
appeal
wrote,
form?
that's what she wrote. Yeah. Right, the dryers.
So some of those assets that are in the photos, like the benches, those are built into the wall. Or did she buy them?
Wouldn't this put her assessment higher than what we have?
6,700.
What's that? I mean, this is where we have.
Total
that.
estimated value would be 7,500.
Right? Am I
Yes,
looking at
well,
something wrong?
except that the leasehold, that's tenant fit out, I would assume. Do you think that's what the 24 represents? The built-in cabinets and the built-ins? She may not own those. So if the prior tenant put those in, and it's just now part of the space that she leases, it's included more or less in her rent, but she may not own them. Did we have that on the prior owner's account?
This is what it looks like. Yeah.
2020.
This
Okay.
is what the prior owner's account looks like.
Okay.
This is Amy, and this is Nail Queen.
So, inventory on file. Pictures refused. Site visit.
That was way back.
Okay. So we probably will have to talk about this. It doesn't look like she's calling it. What's that? Okay.
In which case, doing that with them would need to be.
That could be, but probably that code 24 needs to be. And then maybe take her numbers to those higher.
Mhm.
So that's probably included in her rent, whatever the tenant is before.
Mhm.
We would have information asked me about this. I may have missed it. This may not be you, but probably. It's a hard one because we have the declaration from the prior owner, and even if that she paid for it, she's going to declare it as leasehold improvement. When the next person goes in, she's not going to have it in her accounting records as leasehold improvement.
Did the prior owner file?
Don't know. We don't have an account. We don't have the account open to look at it, Don, to know.
Okay.
What did she declare the value?
She didn't declare.
Oh, she didn't declare.
No.
Ah,
That's why I had moved over the values as placekeepers.
yep, which makes sense.
It would have been better if she had declared then.
Yeah, for sure. So, I had a thought that I just decided to not say. Just kept it.
I just stepped out for a minute. It feels like February out there.
Oh, yeah.
It's cold.
Good thing we're recording. I would have said something.
I could bait you some more, Don, if you'd like. We're gonna have winter and spring.
Yes. Oh, really?
So
Eric's one of the,
Eric is the other, is the manager. So when you first started, I got the email saying, interrupt you.
right, okay.
So then you left a message. So I didn't respond to him yet.
So did we establish if the previous owner filed or not?
We didn't because we just, can you
What's
just,
the previous owner's name?
This is the UID number if you're able to get in.
Let me do it that way.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
The UID number is 298-408. Nail.
Mail. Okay. And is Amy new from 819?
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Oh, filed in 17.
if you go to the lower left bottom, you can go right
Yes,
into
I
AC.
see that. Yes, thank you.
It's a trick.
And those are all, I wanted to show that to, Sonia today because I was showing her something else and this would have been more helpful. 18, 17, and 18 filed.
Okay. I can pull the folder
I don't.
if necessary. So in a situation like this, is this just put aside or are they still going to decide even though she
They
didn't?
can't decide. Nobody
Because
participates.
she didn't present her case.
So it looks like the prior owner did file for 17 and 18.
Okay, and how close are these values to what they filed?
They're the same
Those are
values.
the values.
Same values?
They were put in as placeholders and then the new owner never filed for 19.
Right, so we just assume that they purchased the old assets.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Eric Matilla is one of the LLC members, right? Yes. Yes, it is.
So, what years were the former owners there?
All right, Lynn, that's a question for you.
I'm on it. 2012 through 2018.
Did you
12
catch
to
that? Yes, 12 to 18.
12 to 18, okay. So the values that we're looking at were the same values that were there in 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Have they all been fully depreciated, down to 30%?
Yes.
Okay.
So Chairman, we want to vote on this or?
There's nothing to vote on.
Nothing to vote on.
I would just say no change. Okay. Oh, because they didn't. All
No,
right.
no show.
Yeah, you don't even make a vote, John.
Okay.
No.
Considered a no-show.
So
You got no say in this, huh?
Nope.
Don was getting all excited there.
I figured as much.
Both personal properties, no shows.
I know, John. How
They know
Well, I was all fired up.
Don's on the board. They know that.
We're good.
Well, if our next appellant
Thank you.
comes in, let us
Sorry,
know.
Sonia.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
So this next gentleman, I'm not sure if he's in the queue or not, Mary. Phil Bonang, I know, known him for a long time, so I'm going to recuse myself.
He is not in the queue yet.
All right.
So he's saying that he installed a sewer drain on his own, so he wants that taken out of his value?
Yes.
So did he have a septic before and then he opted out of that to go to a sewer, hook into the sewer line?
I don't know the answer to that. We don't track septic or city sewer or whatever.
Okay.
I don't know.
All I can say is I know he was having drainage issues and he went to the town. It's not a town approved road to my knowledge. That's one of the issues. And therefore he had a contractor do something, I'm not sure what. And he has appealed before, I believe.
It is true that that part of Charles is not an approved town road. Mr. Bonet is not in the queue yet.
All right.
You know, going back to the personal property, when you have a lot of these little mom and pop stores, which I would consider that spa to be one, even though the assessment notice says this is not a bill in bold letters, because that dollar sign, I think a lot of them are under the impression that that's their tax bill. And I think probably one of the first things we should do when they get on into the queue with us is explain to them that that is not their tax bill. That's merely the assessment, and their bill is going to be, you know, based on that assessment, their bill would be approximately this amount of money. Like in the that spa, I think the assessed value is what, around $8,000. Yeah, $8,000, which would be a little, about $225, $250 tax bill.
Their assessment is $15,600 because they have a penalty.
No, not including the penalty, but
Okay.
prior to the penalty, their assessment is what, $8,400.
Yeah, that's not what their assessment notice says, though.
No. What I'm saying is, had they filed based on that assessment, their actual tax bill would have been what, $225, $250?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think a lot of them don't quite comprehend that part.
That's pretty true.
And for future reference, I think we should mention that to them right off the bat. So this gentleman is saying that the runoff from the road is causing an erosion, and so he had to put in his own storm drain.
I don't know that, Don.
Okay.
Is that written somewhere?
Well, it just says that he had to install his own sewer drain because of inadequate drainage.
Well, when he comes in,
Yeah, well,
more the questions we'll ask.
There is one person in the queue, but it is the 420 appointment. I'm just going to step out and make sure he's not standing out at the front door.
Okay. That might be a good idea.
My understanding was that it was a storm drain, not a sewer drain, but he may, I don't know,
Yeah, that's the impression I get, but
because that's what he would, when I talked to him, that's what he was talking about, excess water, from rain runoff, but not a sewer. But he might just, when he made a mistake when he wrote it up, I'm not
Yeah.
sure. But I don't know if he's even gonna, make his appeal.
doesn't mention on the property card whether or not anybody, if a property has a sewer assessment, does it?
No, that's not on the property record card, Don.
Well, if he's not in the queue yet, and Lauren Glennon is, we can move ahead to her and come back to him when he does check in.
Certainly. Miss Glennon, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This is John Parfit. I'm the chairman. Do you hear me?
John, yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to be known as the chairman because we have another member named John. So
Okay.
that will not be confusing. I'm going to read you a little introduction first. Your hearing will be with the Board of Assessment Appeals. Board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers in the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibits you submit will become part of the permanent record. You will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you disagree with the decision of the board, you will have the right to file an appeal with Superior Court. That being said, all right, it's your turn to tell us why you're appealing and any information that you have to give to the board.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time, first of all. I am appealing. I think you have the packet that I sent to you. Do you have the
Yes.
application and the
Yes.
photo? So I'm assuming that you're aware of the location of the property of which I reside. And it's basically to make you aware of what I endure living across the street from Ford's Lobster. And albeit in the 7 years that I have owned, or more than 8 years now, that I've owned the property, my assessment has gone down, albeit my taxes have gone up. And I feel as though, yes, I've put improvements into my home. It's a lovely place, don't get me wrong, but given the day in and day out of the, I guess, chaos, that would be a good word to use, of the public that enjoyed Fords or is waiting for Fords, it has greatly diminished my value, my serenity, my value of that home. And when I couldn't really come up with a comparable assessment from my neighbors, given the fact that my neighbors, Tom and Elizabeth Halsey, own the property of Ford's. They own, and I believe that their property is in some form of a trust. So I couldn't get a figure as to what they pay, but I'm the one that takes the direct hit, being directly across the street from Ford's. So I wanted to make you aware of that and see if we can meet somewhere halfway in between, or just, I guess really my point is, I'm not really being unreasonable here. My taxes have gone up $2,500. They are in excess of $22,600 a year. And yet the enjoyment of the property has devalued.
Okay, does any of the other members have a question for Ms. Lennon?
Laura, now this is Don Marchand. I'm looking at the pictures that you submitted for the litter that you have to put up with and the parking. Have you ever addressed the people at Ford's in regards to this?
Yes, actually, well, Tom and Elizabeth are very good friends of mine, and I had actually asked them if they had a problem with me contacting you folks, and they said absolutely not. Chris Nyman, on the other hand, I don't know if you are familiar with Chris, but he is absolutely an unreasonable person to deal with. I was very good friends with Chris when my son worked at Ford's for 4 years as a chef, and we were mutual neighbors. We were neighbors, and there was a tree that was directly across the street from my property that provided shade to those customers who are waiting, in excess of, anywhere from, we'll say, 3 to 2 hours. They would congregate around that tree in the summertime. And the Halseys owning the property that the Ford sits on said that tree has to come down because it's a junk tree. It's rotted and it can cause a problem. And I'm making the story as short as possible. But as a result of that tree coming down, Chris Nyman told me that I could go F myself. And I said, excuse me. And he said, yeah, you're the reason why that tree came down. I don't have jurisdiction over anybody else's property. But since that day that tree came down, he's been nothing but a nemesis to me. He drives through my garden when he thinks that I'm not home, and I've seen it. He's not a very nice person. And I said, you know what, Chris, please, we're neighbors. We need to get along. And he'll have nothing to do with me. So there's your answer as to trying to work with Chris or his wife, Carrie. They're not going to work with me.
How about with the Halseys that actually own the property, since these people are just tenants?
The Halseys, I think they're between a rock and a hard place in terms of, they get the same kind of direct impact, maybe not so much. They don't get lights in their eyes at night and so on and so forth, but they get their fair share of garbage. But their house also sits up higher, and they don't have the people that congregate right in front of their house. They sit towards the rocks, so they don't actually see them. But I think it's gotten out of control for them as well. And if I know Liz and Tom, I think the days are numbered. And I don't want to make decisions for them, but they know I'm really unhappy they know that that this is not okay.
Right, but I mean, the Halseys can't, because the Nyman is a tenant, Halsey can't make them police up the litter and garbage that the customers drop on your property?
You know what? He'll deny it. They don't have a lot of contact with them. I don't know what they can and cannot do. I think they pick and choose their battles with Chris. You know, and I will say this, an example, there's been customers that are on Halsey's private dock when they've asked them to please, you know, that's private property. You know, an ugly, snarky comment comes back to them, you know. So I think as far as the garbage in my yard, the nuisance that occurs directly as a result of Ford's, you know, and I put up with a lot, and I do, and I don't know how I'm going to negotiate it with them, because I think that they do as well. So I don't know. I don't really understand their relationship with Chris.
This is the chairman. You mentioned a tree. Where is that, or was that located on your property?
It was located on the, if you go up the driveway of Ford's to the left, it sat up on the hill. And I don't know if this is right, if you bring right there, exactly. That tree is no longer there.
So that's not on your property.
No, that is not on my property, exactly.
Well, then why would he take issue with you regarding the removal of the tree if it wasn't on your property?
Because it increased my view, and I was really happy that it came down. And
Yeah, but, okay, well.
And it provided shade for his waiting customers.
Right, but there was a determination made based on the condition of the tree. Usually the tree arborist comes in and says if a tree's diseased and it presents a hazard, they take it down. I mean, I worked for the town. We had an arborist and he would do that, you know, periodically, but
Well,
I don't know.
that came, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Don.
That came down at Halsey's request, right? The property owner?
Correct.
Yeah. So
It had nothing to do with me.
You should direct his wrath at them, not at you.
Well, I mean, Chris Nyman pays Tom Halsey $200 a month for rent. I don't think he's going to direct anything at them. I mean, I'm giving you inside information. So he's going to be as kind and nice and obedient to Mr. and Mrs. Halsey as possible.
All right, this is Jack Piacenza. I didn't identify myself before, but who lives, if I missed this, I apologize. Who lives in 28?
Tom and Liz Halsey.
Okay. And they've had no problem with any of the issues that you've raised in your appeal?
I think they have a lot of problems with it, but they're stuck between, I mean, as I said, you pick and choose your battles with Chris.
All right.
This is Mary Gardner, the assessor.
Hi, Mary.
Hi, how are you?
Well, thank you.
So guys, while you were discussing this, I went to look at some of the properties that are next to Ford's, or not Ford's, but Abbott's Lobsters, and there is a influence factor on the land for location next to being next to Abbott's.
What does that mean, Mary?
What is it, Mary?
That means that's 10%, John. That means the land value is dropped by 10% because of its proximity to Abbott's Lobster and all the traffic and the commercial influence on a residential property next to it. But Lauren, while we do have you, we recently received a data mailer from you for your property. We sent them out trying to gather data ahead of the 2021 revaluation. And in your data mailer, you mentioned that you have an unfinished attic. I have a question about that. We figured we'd just do this through the board. Right now, we have your attic as none. And your comment that you have an unfinished attic, the question is there a permanent set of stairs to that attic, or is it just a pull-down ceiling access?
There is a permanent set of stairs that actually, the attic, it's not a stand-up attic. You can't, it's a crawl space, basically. You can't even stand up in it. And it goes in the eaves or on the 2 Ls. Halfway down, if we're looking at the house, to the left L, and then fully down to the right L. But again, it's just the storage space, so they put whatever suitcases up there. So it's not even, it's not usable living space, to answer your question. But yes, there is a permanent set of stairs.
Yeah, we wouldn't consider that usable living space. But typically, if there's a set of stairs, we do list it as an unfinished attic. That is the appropriate way to categorize that, even if it's only, where you would walk down just along the roof, center of the peak of the roof, even if that's the only access. And it almost looks like there's a little window right at where the 2 Ls meet.
There's a doorway out.
Okay, it's a little deck.
Yeah.
Okay. So the board, you do have the option to add that unfinished attic. It is going to change her assessment up a little bit. Lynn, you want to just run that so we can get an idea what that's going to be? This is something we would have done, Lauren, when we received the data mailer back. We would have changed it. Probably we would have called you first to see if there was a set of stairs, but that is the appropriate way to code this account.
Okay.
So let's see what that does for value.
So for the building,
Yep.
with the unfinished attic, it's 684,400.
Okay, that is just too much. Just the building alone? Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was the, I didn't hear the number.
That doesn't sound right.
Well, it is right because it's so much square footage, but it's just too much. It changes your building appraisal from 607,000 to 684,000.
For a set of stairs?
Not just a set of stairs, but the whole attic area is available by access through the stairs.
Okay. Well, it's half, it's not the whole frame of the building. It's half. Let's see. If you're looking at the house, the right side is full and the left side is half.
That makes sense because the left side, I think, was the addition, right?
Yes. And I have a cathedral ceiling in my bedroom, so.
No. All right. We're going to make an executive decision to leave that as none. So,
Thank you.
yep. Lynn, I'm going to write a note that we'll put on the, you know how I talked about we put notes down here. We're going to add that. So you guys are just back to dealing with the land.
All right, this is the chairman. Mary, you said people around Abbott's have a negative 10% influence factor,
Yep.
and that looks like we should be doing that the same because of Ford's, because it's the identical situation. I will make a motion for the negative 10% influence factor.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to table this for later discussion if we could.
I'll withdraw the motion. We can table it when we have more time to,
Better
you
get
know,
that in writing.
discuss that.
Yeah.
Got to get all that.
That way Mary can get all the actual.
We can calculate what the impact of the 10% reduction to the land information influence.
They tabled it. Yeah.
So is there any other questions or any other statements from the board or from the appellant?
As far as tabling it, how long is that in limbo?
We will be making that decision probably on Saturday when we meet, as soon as Mary gets us all the pertinent information that we need to make a correct decision. And then you'll get a notice in the mail whenever we make that decision.
Okay. Well, thank you. I really appreciate your time and you listening to, I don't mean to be a sob story or being crabby or whatever, or non-tolerant to my neighbors, because I think everybody deserves a little piece of the shoreline, and I get the shoreline is, 360 days a year. And as far as, I'm not being unreasonable. It's just, there is a definite impact of having that amount of people in my face all the time.
Lauren, I've got a question. If I remember correctly, he used to have a bunch of Adirondack chairs in that area, didn't he? Where the tree was taken down?
He had the Adirondack chairs along the lawn, like where it's lawn that you see. It's a parking lot now, and that used to be Adirondack chairs where people sat and waited for their table, and he was made to remove those chairs because that was essentially seating. They could get orders to go and sit right there, and then the parking issue would become even worse. So right now, people find whatever rock, wherever they can to sit. And there's now where the tree is, Halsey's had new oil tanks or gas tanks put in last winter, and they sit up there. So they're really sitting right across the street from me. And as you see, like from the photos, it's quite close, and their voices travel. And and they might as well be talking to me on my deck, which I don't go out on my deck on the weekends. It's not enjoyable. So,
Lauren, this is Mary Gardner again. Has anybody brought this up to the Zoning Commission?
no, they haven't.
Mr. Chairman, that might be a good step for you to go to, if you so choose to, at least to get a resolution through the zoning there. Okay, well, if there's no other questions or discussion, we will be ruling on this Saturday, and glad that you came in. We like to have people come in and tell us all their stories about their property.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Chairman, and I appreciate your consideration.
All right, thank you. Well, you have a good week.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you, Lauren.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we're going to hold off on this until we get a little bit of data.
Mr. Bonang is in the queue.
Okay, we'll bring him in.
Okay. Philip, are you there?
I'm here. Is there anything I need to do on this end?
Maybe just speak a little louder into your microphone or into your phone.
I'm using my laptop. Yes, can you hear me now?
Board members, can you hear him?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I can.
Okay. I may have been misinformed, but I thought I was going to get a call at 4 o'clock. Am I late coming in?
You're a little late, yes. And I don't think the instructions mentioned the call. I think they mentioned that you would dial in using a website or you would call in. There were 4 phone numbers provided.
Yeah.
But it's a little unclear, so.
Yeah. At 4:08, when I hadn't received the call, I said, I better try this. Okay, so that's why I'm a little bit late.
All right, this is John Parfit. I'm the chairman. Can you hear me okay?
I get John.
All right, I'm going to be known as the chairman because one of our members' name is John too, so there'll be no confusion. I'm going to give you a little introduction first. All right, your hearing will be with the Board of Assessment Appeals. Board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers in the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibits you submit will become part of the permanent record. You will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you disagree with the decision of the board, you have the right to file an appeal with Superior Court. That being said, it's your turn to tell us all about your appeal, please.
Well, this is based upon I was given tax relief on this issue a number of years back. And somehow I never caught the information that you had to come back year after year to receive that same tax relief on this particular issue. So when I did last year, I was going to, so I finally got around to it this year. So if you have records there, it should show that I was given relief on this because of the flooding that's on this street. And I had to install my own street drain to relieve the flooding and the erosion that was being caused to my property. So the board gave me that tax relief. I don't have the record in front of me. Do you?
I don't personally, but Mary, can you see if there was something from whenever this was granted?
It was probably 7, 8 years ago, I think.
There was a reduction, excuse me, this is Mary Gardner. There was a reduction made to the land value for the 2006 grand list, but there were no other reductions since then.
Was it that long ago? I thought it was more recent than that. But in any case, so there was, so that establishes a basis for this. And I'm coming back because I'm still suffering from the same problem. I have to maintain that drain, and that drain is now used by the entire street. In other words, my neighbors go out and clean that drain because we have flooding on that street every time we get a heavy rain. So my neighbors across the street, the Stebbins, my neighbors next to me, the Barretts, and others go out and clean the drain that's in front of my house because the flooding, I put in a smaller drain, not like a big street drain that you guys have on your major streets at my own expense, but that does get clogged up, and I think I'm going to have to put in a bigger drain there because we have to clear every time we get any type of heavy rain. So the neighbors use it as well. So I'm providing a service for my neighbors and myself and to prevent the flooding and erosion. The pictures I've sent you should portray that. One looks to the east, and you can see that my property is on the right where the fence and where you see the fence is and the driveway and the drain's right in the middle there. Are you pulling up the pictures or what are you doing?
I have the picture of the
There's
pictures.
2 pictures, right? One faces to the east and one faces to the west.
Yeah, I see that.
Yes.
And that's just a typical, that's not like a hurricane rain or anything. It's just any typical heavy rainfall. That's the type of flooding that, it's given my property some relief, but as I say, if that drain clogs up, and it is one of these smaller type of landscaping type of drains, then it drains out to a basin that I built on my property that goes underneath my driveway. So it drains water so that if it clogs up, my neighbors, the Barretts, get the water running down into their property, which is just to the west of my property, adjacent to my property. That I'm 22, they're 26. okay? And you can see my driveway there, the circular driveway. So I'm asking for continued tax relief on this because I'm going to have to continue to maintain this and probably expand it.
All right.
Yeah. I have one more point. Unless you have questions. Do you have any questions on that?
Go ahead. This is the chairman. Go ahead and make your next point there, please.
Well, if you look at the picture going to the west, okay, and you see where the Charles Street bends around to the north. If you look at that picture, you can see some extreme erosion that's occurring from the water that runs down that corner. There's a tree right next to that corner, and you can see the road is eroded there, and the other side of it is a divot in the pavement there that's probably the size of it's probably about 10 foot by 6 or 8 foot. So this is an unapproved road apparently, and although at the far end of Charles Street where it meets Warren Street, last year, the year before, the town did do did fill in a couple of potholes there, but they don't come up that street and do any maintenance on that street. But you can see the erosion from the rain coming down on the west side there, if you look close at that picture, where the pavement is just getting eroded out. And I'm talking about to the west of my property. Can I use the pointer here?
No, I
No.
don't think you can change the map.
Okay. Anyways, that was my other point. So, you know, it would be nice if we could get the town to come up there or pay me to go in there and fill in the asphalt that's needed with that, because eventually that whole pavement, we have to hug close to that tree. Everybody in the street has to hug close to that tree as we come around that corner, or we end up falling into a huge pothole that's just to the west side of that street there. So it just so happens that my property is right in the middle there, and that's where all the water coming from the east side and the west side gathers. That's why the ideal point to put in a drain was right in front of my property. So at my expense, I've done that, and I continue to maintain it. That's my point.
All right, this is the chairman. Does anybody else have any questions?
Yes, this is Don Marchand. So if there was a lip put at either end of your driveway and a little bit of curbing along the edge of the road where it abuts your property, would that alleviate this water problem?
I've done that. And so I've done that in addition to the drain underneath my driveway. And it was much worse. As I said, if we don't keep that drain cleared all the time, then even that lip where I put in an apron on each side of the driveway, it will overflow that as well. So we have to keep that drain that I put in maintained.
And this is not a town-approved road?
Well, I've been told that, but there's houses that are built on it, and I pay tax on it.
Who plows the road in the wintertime?
The town.
Huh,
Okay.
okay.
And we have town garbage. We have everything but town maintained road there. But I don't know what the legal, what you guys have it listed as. But I was informed of that since I bought the property, and I think I bought that property in '03. And that's what my neighbors tell me as well.
Okay, this is the chairman again. Is there any other questions or discussion at this moment? All right, it was good to have you in, Mr. Bonang, and the board will be deliberating on this either later today or by Saturday, and When we make a decision, you'll get a letter in the mail.
Okay, I appreciate that. Let me ask, if I can ask one more question, not unrelated, but not particularly on this topic. Are all of these appeal meetings open to the public?
Yes, they are. This is Mary Gardner speaking. Yes, they
Hi,
are.
Mary. Yes, they are. Okay. Just wanted to know. I didn't know if you knew that while I was in the queue, I could hear the previous hearing.
Oh, that's perfectly fine. Anyone can attend a Board of Assessment appeal meeting. You cannot speak because you're not an appellant if you're in the queue, or if you're here waiting. You have to be recognized by the board in order to speak, but they are public meetings, yes.
Oh, good. I'm glad you couldn't hear me as I was making comments from the previous appeal. So I'm glad I was silenced.
I hope they were good comments for us.
So
Well,
are we.
It was going on for quite a while there. So anyways, I understand that was a complicated issue before me, but that's none of my business.
Okay. Well, I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Take care, Phil.
Take care, John.
And for the record, Mr. Piacenza, you're recusing?
Yes, I'm recusing.
Okay.
Known him for a long, long time.
I'm not sure if we can make a decision on this now, because I see two issues in front of us. Is it an approved road? And should the town be maintaining if they're plowing? And was the reduced land figure from 06, was that moved forward? That I don't know. So those are the two questions I have.
Yeah.
We probably
So-
lost the influence factor during the last reval. That's
Right.
They just wiped the slate clean. Is there any way to find out what the percentage of the influence factor was back prior to the last reval?
Yes, it was a minus 20%,
20%?
but I would also make sure that you're looking at the bottom line appraised value, because ultimately that's the goal.
Right. Which is 218. Oh, I can't speak. Sorry.
This 218,500, that goes back to the 016 reval. So that's what he has had since 2016.
Right.
Well, we don't have to make it 20%. We could make it 15% or any number we want. But clearly he has a flooding issue. We need to do something about that.
Yeah.
So I think just if you pick a percentage number, then we can get this one done right away.
Okay. You have a suggestion, Jim?
It's just a matter of juggling numbers. I try, if 20 looks like it's too much, that would reduce him by about $20,000, which would bring his total down to a little less than 200. If you think that's a little too nice of us, so we can try 15.
Well, he's saying his estimate of value is like what, 193? Just because of that drain he had to put in?
Yeah, I think his number goes right back to what he had as a 20% influence factor. But if you don't like it, then you can make it, you don't have to go back that far. You don't have to make it 20% like it was. You can make it something less. Clearly he deserves it, and flooding is awful.
All right. This is the chairman.
What does a 10% factor give us?
Mario Wynn, what'd you say, Don, 10%?
What,
$10,000.
What does a 10% factor do? One moment.
-10 factor changes the land appraisal to 100,000 even. Total appraised 2074.
This is the chairman. How does that look to you, Jim?
I don't know. I would think 10 or 15, depends. I don't have any particular, you guys know this fella, so you can probably be better judge of that. He sounded very sincere to me, and that I know what flooding's like, so.
Yeah, he is.
He deserves something, if 20 is too much, 15 is sort of in the middle. 10 sounds like it's just a little bit low, but that's
Yeah,
just.
I just threw it out there just to see what the number would come out at, but.
No, I agree. I think that's the right way to do it. Pick a number.
But,
I'd pick 15, I think, if it was just me, but do what you
yeah,
want.
I could go along with 15.
Okay, let's make that a motion then, that we reduce his,
You want to ask what the value is going to be before you
Make
make
a
a
motion.
motion?
sure.
One moment. With -15, the appraised land is 94,400 with a total appraised of 201,800.
201, okay. Okay, I'll make that motion then.
I'll second it.
Okay, wait a minute, I haven't done it yet. Give me a break. Give me a break.
Read the mind.
Hey, John doesn't let me talk much. I think this is my big chance here. Okay, so we'd like to add an influence factor for flooding. And hopefully the card can record that it is for flooding, that we want to help this guy. And we'd like an influence factor of -15%. That 15% reduction brings his total value down to 201,000.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion for change, -15% influence factor. We have a second, and any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Anybody not, nay?
Abstain.
One abstention. So we have unanimous with one abstention. Okay. That settles that, and I don't think there's anything else we can do because we're waiting on stuff from the Glennon property.
Excuse me.
And we've had 2 no-shows. So shall we break for take a dinner break and come back at about 5:30?
Just before the dinner break, can I ask Don why he wanted to hold off on that Noack property across from Ford?
Yeah, there's some, I want to take a look at it.
Got it. Okay. Yeah.
I think he's right, because if Abbott's is getting a reduction, for example, we have to make sure that that is so, and that we can apply it to this one, not Abbott's per se, but the neighbors of Abbott's.
Yeah.
So that's prudent to do that.
That's fine.
All right, then, if nobody else has any objections, we're going to take a recess at 4:45, and we'll return at, let's see, say 5:30.
Yep, 5:30.
Here for the next one. I'll make that a motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. We are on recess until 5:40 or 5:30.
Mr. or Mrs. Burdick, are you there?
Yes, this is Laura,
Hi, Laura. You're
79 Noble.
right. We've got you identified as 79 Noble right on the screen.
Okay.
So we're just waiting for the other appellants to dial in.
Okay, very good.
So Chairman,
Yes,
do you want to call the meeting back to order? We'll just wait for the other callers to call in.
okay. This is John Parfit, the Chairman of the Board of Assessment Appeals, calling the meeting back from recess at 5:40. And we'll be waiting for all the appellants to phone in.
Okay, I'm bringing in the Perkins from, they are 87 Noble. Mr. and Mrs. Perkins, are you there?
Yes, we are.
Hi, my name is Mary. I'm the assessor. I'm hosting the meeting tonight on the Zoom platform. You are in the queue along with the verdicts, and we're just waiting for the other callers to call in.
Okay.
I assume you folks all wanted to participate?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're bringing in Ron and Tanya at 83 Noble. Are you folks there?
We are here.
Yeah. Okay. We have 3 of the 5 sitting in the queue listening. You all have the opportunity to speak, and we're just waiting for the other 2.
Okay, I did get an email from Lynn Anderson saying she may or may not attend, so just wanted to let you know that. She basically trusted us as a group, and we've submitted everything in writing, so if Lynn doesn't join us, that would be why.
Ron, this is Mary. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well. In order for
We're
the
safe.
board, what's that?
We're all safe and sound, thankfully.
Oh, yes, I'm glad to hear that. So Lynn, unless she's assigned you or someone else authorization to act on her behalf, in order for the board to make a decision on her property, she must attend.
Okay, do you want me to forward her authorization? Because she did write that she
Sure.
authorized me to talk on her behalf.
Could you forward it to Lynn? She's sitting here at her terminal. She can read it. As long as we catch it before the meeting starts, then I think you're good to go.
Okay, let me grab that and send it right now.
Okay. Lynn is also going to step away for a moment, folks. She can tell that she got a voicemail from the Kings on her phone at her desk, and we're not at our desk. So she's going to step over there and see what that voicemail message says.
Mary, who should I send this to? Lynn Byberg?
Yes, please.
Okay. coming now.
Thank you. And the Kings have not dialed in yet, so I'm gonna guess they might still be trying to.
Yeah, I had a little hiccup getting on myself, but with perseverance, I'm here.
Glad to hear it. All right, something did just land in Lynn's mailbox, so I'll let her open it when she gets back. Which is what they've all done. That's all they're doing is calling in by phone, and it looks like you've got the authorization, maybe. Ron said he sent it.
I just sent a second one because she worded it differently in two different emails, asking if I could speak on her behalf, and then she said, should I write to the board to cede my time to you, or is this okay? So I think the intent is.
What do you think? Does it work?
I am happy to see this.
No, she has to give authorization.
I let her say that I have 15 minutes to stop.
Okay.
Should I call him?
Well,
She can call him.
yeah. Did she mention authority in that? Did I hear you say that?
Well, she's in this line. She's saying yes.
Let me bring the Kings on. Hold on a minute.
The Kings are here.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hold on a moment, folks, before you go any further. Take our case. We'll go with that. Okay. Probably not worded great, but it'll work. Okay, we're going to use Lynn's second email. It's a little, doesn't quite word it right with authorization language, but we'll read between the lines.
Thank you.
So, Chairman, I'll turn this over to you now.
Okay, then. This is John Parfit. I'm the chairman of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to be referred to as the chairman, means one of our other members' name is John, so there will not be any confusion. I'm going to read a little statement first, and then we'll get started with all the information you need to bring to us. Our hearing will be with the Board of Assessment Appeals. Board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers in the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibits you submit will become part of the permanent record. You will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you disagree with the decision of the board, you'll have the right to file an appeal with Superior Court. All right, that being said, this is going to be a little bit, I hope not very complex. Am I assuming that one of you might be the spokesman for everybody and most of the items here are all the same thing?
Yes. So this is Ron Janesco, and my wife Tanya is here. We're from 83 Noble, and we've been there just short of 20 years. So we still feel that we're the newcomers, given how many decades, if not generations, some of our neighbors have lived on the street. But I've been trying to organize these various efforts over the last three valuations, let's say. And so I'm not necessarily calling myself the spokesperson, but I did draft the cover letter and organized many of the items. So I can basically want to refer to, you should have in your possession a cover letter dated March 20th. We've got 5 different application forms, one for each of the properties. I put together some maps. We've got an original subdivision map from the 20s, as well as a GIS snapshot along with valuations on it, just to kind of show the baseline of what our neighborhood looks like, how large the lots are, how they're oriented, and what the current valuations as far as the assessments are concerned. We've got also street cards, and on those street cards for our properties, you'll see the town's assessment along with a note on the side of what we feel the value should be. And those values that we inserted into the street card exhibits are based on an appraisal. If you folks remember, we were before you a year ago, or just over a year ago, and we expressed to the best of our ability as lay people mostly, that we thought the number was a little high for our land. We weren't at all disputing the homes. It's really the land that seems to go up and down with the market. And we pointed to number 103, the transaction there, as why we felt that our numbers were a little high. And you folks were great to us. You were very receptive and listening and asking questions. And I think 2 or 3 different times during our hearing with you a year ago, the word appraisal came up. And so, not to try to paraphrase, somebody asked, well, do you have an appraisal? And the answer was no, and we said that, well, we tried to follow similar procedures. We looked for comparables, and we calculated, and we gave you our numbers a year ago. And so we, as a neighborhood, decided if we're going to come back to you, we better have an appraisal. So we started with hiring an appraiser. It's someone we're familiar with because 3 of us worked with Bob about 15 years ago on a and so we went back to Bob, who knows the neighborhood and knows the town, and said, can you tell us what the land values are for our lots? And so he did his comprehensive study and came up with a number higher than we had thought it would be, but lower than what the town has us assessed at. And so that appraisal is really kind of what you folks asked for a year ago, and we now have for your consideration. Just a little historically, over the last 3 or so revaluations, we've seen changes in the valuations. I'm going to give an example. I think three revals ago, we questioned the number, and the reval company, I think it was Tyler, said, well, we've got you in the same neighborhood category as Groton Long Point waterfront or Morgan Point waterfront. And we respectfully suggested that, well, we wish our values or we wish our properties were those. And after they did the study, they realized, oh yeah, you know what, they should be in their own separate subcategory because half acre, or not a half acre, I mean a 1/10 of an acre lot on Noble is not comparable to a lot on Groton Long Point Boardwalk or on Morgan Point waterfront. We're a non-conforming R20 neighborhood, and so that was kind of the little history of how we've had these ebbs and flows of the tide of our value, and until we actually did the appraisal last time and then now again just now, we didn't really have a true benchmark. So we hope that this appraisal helps you to kind of see our perspective, and that's really all I have to say. I'd rather rely on the documentation and answer any questions, or all of my neighbors that are on the call, if you have questions of them as well. Any of my neighbors want to add anything, please do.
Okay, no, Ron, we're complete agreement.
Yeah, sounds good, Ron.
Absolutely.
I have one question. This is Bob. My size has been changed back to 0.12, and I think it should be 0.11 instead of 0.12. And this was discussed at our meeting back in last year, and it somehow got changed back to 0.12. I think it also
for the
King.
No,
But,
this
yeah,
is,
same with the King, 75 Noble, the same thing. We were, last year we contested it as far as, it was 1.3, I think, on the card, and it's really like 0.11 or 1.2. I can't even remember from the survey, but
and the
Ron, you
Perkins,
probably know better than me.
and the Perkins are at 87 Noble Ave.
Yes.
So for the board's knowledge base here, the town's street cards originally had the 1920s subdivision lot sizes. 38 took away some of the shoreline, and when the seawall was built, we had a fixed set concrete point that the land went to. And so when Tanya and I bought 83, I looked at my street card and I looked at my A2 survey and I said, wait a minute, the survey is smaller than the street card. So it turned out that we had lost like 10 feet of shoreline. So I let my neighbors know this. And for example, the Kings have an A2 survey that they filed on the land records showing the smaller size than what the property was assessed for. And I guess that didn't take for some reason. And same with the Perkins and so forth. So.
Correct, Ron. Thank you.
So this is Mary Gardner speaking. I'm the assessor. The acreages that we have on the property record card should match the deed or the survey. And if the deed or the survey, if the measurements are 97 by 50 by 97 by 50, that's what we'd have to use, even if some of it is underwater. And typically what we would do in your case, and we have this on the lagoon in Groton Long Point also, when you see these areas right here that are underwater, we would usually figure out what percentage of the overall acreage that area underwater represents, and we would apply a factor so that we drop the land value by, say it's 0.2%, we drop the land value by 0.2%. So I haven't looked at these in a long time. I don't really know what the acreages reflect, but we can look at that and we can get those numbers ready for the board. If they're not going to make their decision today, we can have it for them on Saturday, and they can wrap it all into one decision. But we do have to use the legal description of the property, whether it's in the deed or it's in the survey.
This is Ron Janesco, 83 again. In my process, I brought the A2 survey to the assessor's office 20 years ago, let's say. And it showed how the property line had changed because of mean high water and where the concrete wall was. So my adjustment held, it was done, and it's held ever since. So I think with the Kings, you'll find their A2 survey is to the A2 level of accuracy. And I won't speak for the Kings, but it sounds reasonable for you to do the research and confirm that their lot is smaller than the street card says.
Sure, well, our record should always show what's in land records, but just to clarify, you can't just bring the survey. I don't think you did this wrong, but you can't just bring the survey to the assessors. You have to record it in land records. So
Oh,
that
it was.
I think yours was, but I just wanted to make sure that's clear. It's not that you hand it to us over the counter. It gets recorded as a legal document.
Correct. Yeah, mine was recorded, but I also brought it to the assessor's office to show that, this was done, so.
This is Bill King. As far as I know, that ours was submitted also back in probably 2012 or so, somewhere in that area, 75 Noble. So if you don't have it, let me know, and I guess I can get you a copy.
Or Bill, if you have the volume and page number, that might help too.
Yeah, I don't right off the top. I don't have it.
It's okay. This is Mary Gardner speaking. You don't need to. If it's recorded in land records, we'll find it. And it's usually a matter of our course that when something is recorded in land records, we usually change the record for the following assessment grand list year. So I'm a little surprised it's already not there, but we'll check.
If it's not, let me know, please.
Sure, we will.
And how about you, Bob, at 87? Bob Perkins, how about you?
We don't have the paperwork, I believe, that you're looking for. We didn't have
Can we look it up right online?
what paperwork are you looking for?
A recorded A2 survey or legal description, I guess, right?
Correct.
No, we don't have that, but we can get it.
Yeah, because you had a survey done, right, Bob?
Pardon me?
You had a survey done, didn't you?
No, we had a flood elevation done, not a survey.
Oh, okay. Okay.
This is the chairman. Right. Mary, is it my understanding that if there is such documentation in land records, you will be able to see what's in there for each of these properties?
Yes.
Okay. That would be very helpful so we can get the exact acreage down. Is there any other questions from any of the members of the board?
Any other mitigating circumstances that you think would affect the property value?
This is Ron Janesco, 83. It's always hard to answer a question like that when we're in dire times like we are now with the pandemic. So I'm trying to remain, kind of the thought that we're talking about evaluation from years ago. I think it was the 2016 or 2018 grand list, and the appraiser had to remind me of that. So, I mean, today things are maybe very different than the value date that we're talking about. So as far as any other circumstances, I think the appraiser did a good job. He gave very detailed information about each individual lot and its pros and cons and the comparables. So I think I'm very comfortable with the data that we've provided to you.
All right, this is the chairman. There's a question about a rock in the water on two of the properties there. How much does that deter you from getting decent use of the waterfront?
Well, I didn't even think about a pro or con of the rock until the appraiser came up with that 15 years ago when they first did the appraisal for our appeal at that point. And the appraiser kind of asked the question, he's like, well, let's say you have two identical lots, one is next to the other one, and the lot A has, unrestricted water frontage, you could wade from there, you could boat from there, you could build a dock if you got a permit from there. And the other one has this boulder where you're restricted and you can't do some of those things because the boulder is there. And would you pay $1 more for the one without the boulder? And I said, well, sure, in that situation. So he started that 15 years ago, and under this latest appraisal came up with a somewhat nominal, I think it was $10,000 or $15,000 differential on a $400,000+ number. So from a percentage, it didn't seem like a very large percentage adjustment for that impediment. But if you go out there or even look at the aerial photos or GIS, you can see it's pretty ominous, the boulder.
Is this it right here? Are you folks looking at your monitors are all, or are you just all doing dial-ins? Okay.
There is a photo, I think, in the
Really
appraisal.
right. It's right out in front of, this is Laura from 79. It is right in front of my house, the boulder.
Yeah, I think we can see it on the aerials, Laura.
Yeah, and
It's quite large.
And it makes a dog leg type toward the next house.
Toward Ron, towards 83.
Exactly.
Yes.
And on the appraisal, I think page 9, there's a photo. It says Fisher's Island View, and that's kind of at mid-tide. It's from my lawn, and you can see the size and scope of the boulder.
Okay.
There's another on page 11 of the appraisal. Says
Oh,
seawall and access water. Shows that's from the Burdicks next door to me at from their
79, yep.
area.
Oh, yeah, you can see it very clear. Thank you.
Yep.
Sure.
All right, this is the chairman again. Unless somebody else has any other questions or any other information by the appellants, I think we got enough information to take a look at it, check out all the numbers and the figures and try to see if we can put something together.
Right.
You guys did a marvelous job at this presentation, the paperwork. You tried to get to the nuts and bolts of it, I believe. And I'm not sure what we can do, but I know you have to realize, we have to go back to grand list of 2016 is our baseline, and can't guarantee that there'll be anything to make a change with, but we will do our best to see what we can find. And I hope that will make you all happy people there. So if there's any other questions from anybody, we'll be deliberating on this Saturday. I'm not going to get to it today because we have to get paperwork from the office. So,
Sure.
Thank you for your appeal. You did a great job.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And in the meantime, I know the Kings and maybe the Perkins will have some paperwork on the lot size for you.
And Ron and the Kings and the Perkins, we're printing the maps right now. We'll be able to look at them first thing in the morning.
Fantastic.
You're not seeing any?
Thank you all so much. Thank you, Mary, and thank you, board members.
Hold on a minute.
Thank you so
Lynn,
much.
hey, hold on, folks. I thought Lynn was looking at some of the maps.
Well, one was Seneca Drive
One was Seneca Drive.
for William,
Okay.
so I'm not sure.
Okay,
yet.
we're not sure yet. We'll look at it. I jumped the gun on that.
Seneca's not, there's another William King on Seneca, so that's not me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, thank you. Have a good evening and stay safe.
Okay, you too.
Thanks. Thank you, folks. You did a great job.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
As our former assessor, John Phillip, used to say, I want data. I want the info. All right, so we really can't do anything with this until Mary and Lynn get all the ducks in a row, we'll say.
Okay, we'll be looking at it. So you do have your next appellant, which is Barbara and Fred Leonard. They are in the queue. You let me know when you're ready.
All right, if you'll give me 1 second to find the paperwork.
Okay, I'm going to be recusing myself from this.
Yeah.
Who's that?
John Marchand.
Don Marchand, okay.
Got all his millions invested with them.
Mr. and Mrs. Leonard, are you there?
We are.
Okay, thank you. I'm Mary Gardner. I'm the assessor. I'm operating the platform tonight for the meeting.
Okay. All right, and this is John Parfit, the chairman of the Board of Assessment Appeals. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to be referred to as the chairman because we have another member, John Piazenza, who is obviously John, and to keep from getting confused, that's why I'm going by chairman. I'm going to give you a little introduction and then it'll be your turn.
Okay.
Your hearing will be with the Board of Assessment Appeals, Board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers in the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibits you submit will become part of the permanent record. You will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you disagree with the decision of the board, you have the right to file an appeal with the Superior Court. That being said, we are ready to hear what you have to say.
Okay, well, we assume that you all have the letter that describes our case that was dated March 18th, 2020.
Yes, we have that.
Okay. So what we did is we, looked at the information on what we thought were very comparable properties that were not just close to our house, but also were the same general acreage size. We really are not contesting the value of the house because the house value is set very low and it is in fact needing complete renovation. But it's the value of the land that we felt was very far off from comparable houses that we've listed in this letter.
If you look at 46 Mumford Cove, which is the adjacent property to us,
yes.
Basically it was split out of the same piece of property. Apparently that was all one piece of property. He's about $489,000 an acre. We're over $700,000 an acre. If you look at the two other properties, the Palmer Cove properties, those are actually in Mumford Cove proper. We are not in Mumford Cove.
The private association part, per se.
Right.
Where we are not.
And those go anywhere from $251,000 to $477,000 an acre. So what we really did is we just took an average of those three properties, what the taxes were per acre, and multiplied it by the size of our lot. And that's how we came up with and then we added on to it the assessment for the house. And that's how we came up with our estimate for the value of the property. And I also, as Barbara pointed out in the letter, we look towards the restaurant and the parking lot where the two Mumford Cove, Palmer's Cove properties actually look out at Haley Farm.
Okay, I see.
So our big question was how were the properties, the values determined?
So this is Mary Gardner. I'm the assessor. They were really, these values are based on the structure of the land lines. And I'm looking at 46 Mumford Cove Road and I'm looking at 50 Mumford Cove Road. And the structure of the value, in other words, what weight we put on the primary lot versus what we call excess acreage, it's not the same between the two properties. So,
I don't understand what that means.
I know, I'm getting there.
Okay.
So what we call a primary lot on 46 Mumford Cove Road, which should be based on zoning. It should, if you have acre zoning, the first acre is the highest value.
Okay.
If you have a 4-acre lot in a 1-acre zone, you still only count 1 acre as the highest value. And then everything else you can label in different ways. You can call it excess, you can call it waste if there's a wetlands or ledge. And we try to build the structure of the overall acreage based on that kind of hierarchy.
Okay.
For 46 Mumford Cove, and board members, if you have the two property record cards, take a look at them as I'm speaking. The primary lot value for 46 Mumford Cove Road is based on an acreage size of 0.35 acres, so a little bit more than 1/3 of an acre. And what the appraiser is saying in that case is that area of that lot, and it should be based on what zoning requires as a building lot, that's the highest value land. Anything beyond that, you don't need to have a building lot. You've already met your requirements. So the structure of that account is 0.35 acres is under the highest value. The rest of the land is called excess, which is 0.925 acres. That's at a much lower rate. It's about $2,000 an acre. On your property, we have 1 acre under the primary lot value structure. So where their house lot, you can call it, is appraised at $283,000 rounding, yours is appraised at $443 because we have 3 times the acreage in that landline category. So that's the bottom line for that.
Why would you have 3 times the acreage in that category?
Oh, it probably shouldn't be there. It probably should be less. It should be what zoning requires. And I think you're in a 20,000 square foot zone, which really is closer to half an acre than 0.35 acres. But if the board wanted to equalize this, that's probably, if I were them, where I'd look to do it.
Okay, I kind of getting what you're saying. You're saying that we've got a greater percentage of land that could be built upon. Is that a way of making that in a nutshell?
We've categorized it that way.
Right. But it's a building. So basically, I mean, I guess what you're saying, because we have like excess land in our house in Stonington, but it's you know, we only need 2 acres to build a house on it. We've got, say, 4 acres, but the extra acreage doesn't really make any difference. You can only build 1 house on it.
True. And usually, you know, if you have a lot that's like your lot in Stonington, 4 acres, and you need 2 acres to build, it doesn't mean that a 4 acre lot is worth twice as much as a 2 acre lot.
Right.
Because you don't need that other 2 acres. So we have an incremental, decremental calculation behind the scenes that makes adjustments to the additional acreage, just because we know that that's not a truism.
Okay, I understand what you're saying now.
Can you tell me though, based on the information that we put in our letter where we compared the, I guess the other properties and compared things like their, the water frontage in feet and, well, to some extent, the views and also the accessibility to deep water. I guess none of these houses really have accessibility to deep water, but would you say that we have some credence for there being a reassessment of this property?
I do.
Oh, okay.
That's nice to know. All right, so we kind of don't do anything further. Do you need anything more from us?
Well, I'm only the assessor and I'm only hosting the meeting. So I'll turn this back over to the chairman.
All right, this is the chairman speaking there.
Hi.
We've got this piece of information here that we can certainly take a look at. Does any other board member have any questions going forth?
No.
Okay. Well then, we will be making a decision based on all the information that you have sent in, and you did a very good job sending all this stuff in. More information is better. So certainly we can come to some kind of a conclusion. I don't know if it'll be tonight, but it'll be before the end of our session, and you will get notified in the mail of our decision, whether it's a change or not, when we're done. Do you have any other questions?
How long before a decision is made and we would expect to get something in the mail?
Normally, under our normal circumstances, it's within 7 days of when we make that decision. Being that we're all quarantined and everything else.
There's nothing normal, right?
That figure probably is gone, but it'll be as soon as possible.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
If that helps.
And one last question. When does it become effective?
It becomes effective as soon as we make the decision.
Okay,
And
so as long as...
Have you paid your tax bill at this point?
Escrowed, isn't it?
Because if we do make it,
I don't,
Yeah, we just bought the property in December, and everything,
Okay.
yeah, there were some. it
Yeah, we
was-
had to
property
pay some
Were
taxes.
included in the sale price. Yeah, I know part of that was in
Okay,
there.
so if there is any refund, the.
Folks,
tax
John?
collector will say something. Yes.
Chairman, before you go any
Yes.
farther, this goes into effect for the July 2020 tax bill.
Okay,
It doesn't go into effect for any prior taxes. Those were a prior grand list and they're not addressed here. This is for the 2019 grand list, and that bill goes out for the first time July of 20. So the bill that you'll receive in July of 20 will have the adjustment on it.
okay, that answers that question.
Okay,
you.
so then
Right.
it's not retroactive in any way then.
No, it is not.
Okay, thank you very much for your consideration.
Thanks so much.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
That was good.
Mary, we used to get the land calculation booklet that would tell us what the actual zoning the proper zoning is for every area. Do you think it might be 3.35 or 0.5? Is there any way to know for sure?
Well, the zoning is R20, and that 20,000 square feet is 0.45 acres.
Uh-huh.
So really, both of them aren't quite right, but we can fix that in the next reval.
Got it. Okay, that's kind of what I was getting at. Is those should be the same, and we
Yeah.
always go back to the minimum lot size, so that's the right number. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Just to note, this is the chairman, this was sale of a foreclosed property, so the price they paid for it does not reflect its true value, obviously. So that I understand, their land size, the primary acreage should be comparable to 46.
If you're going to equalize it, and that probably is the right thing to do right now, I would say yes.
All right, does anybody feel that needs to be done now, or do we want to wait for any further information that,
Am I allowed to give any input?
Hell no.
I don't know because I was recused.
Denied.
I think, Don, I think if you recuse, it goes in all directions, so.
All right.
I have
Just looking at the water frontage. If we had the same problem as we did on Thames Street.
Hey, Mary or Lynn, I have a
Yes.
question. If we change on the land information that, what we were just talking about, waterfront size to the 0.45, what does that do to how does it affect the land value?
If you're going to equalize it, John, you would make it 0.35, and then the difference would go into the excess category.
Okay, so equalize with the other project.
Right, so Lynn's
even
running
though
the
even-
numbers.
All right, even though it really should be 0.45, but the other one's 0.2.
But it'll have the linear length on the water line would have no effect on that calculation.
Correct.
no, not unless that line was incorrect.
So Lynn is running the numbers right now, folks.
Okay.
Lynn, can I have that back before you say it, just so I can
Yes.
compare it to 46?
Okay, so, what did you have for appraisal?
We had 829,600.
Okay, so adjusting landline 1 and landline 2 to the 0.35 and 0.835, the total appraised land value is now 702,000. And a total appraised of 819,200.
So did you hear that?
It was a little fuzzy. Can you repeat that, Mary?
702 for the land and
702,000 for the land, total appraised for the property 819,200.
Anybody else have any comments on that? John or Jim?
Do we have a motion?
Not yet?
No, but you have anything, what's your feeling on that, Jim?
No, it's obviously clear. Just fix those two numbers and we're done.
Okay.
May I comment?
Yes.
The other property has a higher deduction for shape and size. This property has a -25. I'm not quite sure why. The other property has a -30, I think, to take into consideration the skinny lot that comes off the road. And right now, I'm just going to do a measurement on the linear frontage, just to see where that's at. So that comes in at 120 feet. So I think their frontage takes into consideration this little jog over here, guys.
Yes.
Right.
So you might consider making a change on that linear measurement.
And what was the linear measurement again?
120?
120. Lynn, can you run that next? Yes.
Okay, with making that third change, the appraised land is now 619,500. Total appraised, 736,700.
Wow, that's a big difference.
That is a big difference.
Yeah.
Just that one little corner, that's all, that was linear feet on that corner, made all that difference.
Yes. And so that puts their land value at 619,500, which is slightly below 46 Mumford Cove. And 46 Mumford Cove has just a little bit more land than these folks do. So that sort of makes sense to me.
Okay. Anybody else have any other things they want to take a look at? All right, then I will make a motion for change. And could you describe the changes, please?
Yes, you are changing the acreage on the waterfront category to 0.35 acres. You are changing the acreage on the excess land category to 0.835 acres. You are reducing the waterfront linear footage from 153 linear feet to 120 linear feet. And that reduces the full value of the land from 829,600 to 619,500 for a total appraised value of $736,700.
All right, that's my.
I second, John.
And John Piazenza.
Piazenza.
Is there any other comments or questions or information? Hearing nothing, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? One abstention? Passes unanimously? Well, I guess it's not unanimously, is it? Passes 3-0 with one abstention. Okay.
I'd be curious to know what Don's comments are now that he's been so quiet and polite to us.
Do it off the air.
Have to get on off the air.
All right, so you have no one in the queue right now.
And the next on the list is Rebecca Wildstein, but you couldn't get a hold of her, correct?
No, I did end up talking to her. So she did give an email earlier this week, and she was notified yesterday.
So we have been in touch with her.
Okay, so she is ready for 7 o'clock. I guess we wait till 7. And let's see, I don't think we have anything else that we have to do at this moment, but
If you want to give me 5 minutes, I'll go see if I can dig up those surveys on Noble Avenue. You might be able to wrap this up tonight.
No, that'd be great.
well, we do have one tomorrow, but I don't think it affects these guys, correct?
Or Saturday, John.
Saturday, sorry.
I think I have time for another piece of cake.
Are you gonna send Jim over for everybody else?
Hey, why does that guy make me so hungry? He's always eating something.
And this is homemade chocolate cake with frosting.
John, did you tell him what your nickname is?
Seagull.
So I just want to remind you guys, you are being recorded.
Yes. Pretty innocuous stuff.
You can talk about cake, absolutely.
Pretty innocuous stuff. Okay. Let them eat cake. Who said that? History quiz.
Marie Antoinette.
Marie Antoinette.
Got it. Correct.
What do I win? Piece of cake. All right.
Yeah, whatever John leaves for you.
Yeah, whatever the seagull doesn't eat, huh?
Yeah. Don't get your hopes up.
Go ahead and hit that. One down. Okay. Now, there was another Noble Avenue on that. Which one was that?
Oh.
Yeah, what, 93 or something like that?
Yeah.
95.
95.
But it looks to me like all of that appellant stuff had to do with stuff different than what these 5 were looking at.
What about 69 and 63? Perizzotti and Reed, their neighbors. Where did we decide on that?
We haven't done
we?
it.
We haven't. We
No.
haven't.
No, we tabled that,
There's
so
one-
we heard
well,
everybody.
Yeah, one's feeding off the other. One's saying his sale makes, and they're,
Right.
because
69 is saying his
in
value.
63's sale is warrants a reduction, and 63 said my purchase warrants a reduction because it's an arm's length, real time, incontrovertible evidence, I think the verbiage.
That's right. So obvious that no fool could think anything different.
So anyway, any decision on 69, I am recusing myself on for obvious reasons stated before. So if Jim wants to take over as the acting chairman on number 69, he certainly can do that. Jim?
Fine. We're not doing it now, though, are we?
Yeah, didn't we want to hear them all before we made a decision on any of them?
Just asking if that's what we want to do, because these 2 don't seem like
They don't fit with the other ones, in my opinion.
no, they don't seem to fit with the other ones.
They're not the same issues, really.
I think we can probably come to a decision on these 2, and the other 5 will be together.
Well, these 2, they're related, so whatever decision we make on one affects the other, because it's predicated upon the same argument,
Mm-hmm.
as far as I can see, Jim.
Well, that's exactly right. In fact, this is exactly what brought up that discussion yesterday, or Tuesday, with regard to exactly what the date is where we are making our decisions from. And it was clear from Mary's dialogue on that and the various things that have been written on the subject that we've reviewed since, that we go back to 2016 and sales and so on before 2016 would be considered, but not sales after 2016.
Correct.
So and I think that's clear. Hopefully, I think that's what I understood anyway.
Right.
So I think that neither one has an argument based on that. Neither one argued anything to do with the property or the fact that the 2016 card was wrong in any way. They were just making a point of that the property values have gone down. Yeah, we agree. In fact, I think we agree with everything they said, but it doesn't fit the model.
Right, it doesn't affect 2016.
Right. Anything after 2016 that happens after 2016 is not, we don't take into consideration. So,
right.
And the reason we're doing that is to protect people from wild swing land value. So they're protected by it as well as hurt by it a little bit sometimes.
Well, if the property went up $200,000 in value because the market was hot, they're not going to come to us for anything. Now, my question is, we've done so many of these. Did we talk about looking at the sales set for these? I don't think so.
None of that was brought up, at least on 69.
Yeah.
The only sale that was brought up was from the sale of 63.
Right. So I don't know if you think that would, I don't know really if it would have any bearing on it, but it might help us just be more. I think we sort of have a direction we're going in. If we wanted to look at that, it wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. One thought that comes to mind is that we've been looking at Noble like every year for the last 10 years, and we haven't discovered anything yet.
Right.
So if we did discover something, I'd be delighted, but we haven't heard anything.
No, and I think these two at 69 and 63, there was no other things brought up except for the sale of 63, and 63 may have a couple of building issues, but the bottom line is when both these properties as well as the rest will all be right-sized at the next reval, which is
next year.
Next year.
Next year is the next reval, right, Mary?
Right.
Well, 2 years.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the actual reval next year won't be till the year after.
Right, that it
It'll
takes.
be the October 2021 grand list,
Right.
which will be 2022.
But 63 Noble Avenue is a perfect candidate to be used as a comp for all of them.
Right.
So he's an important guy, but not this year. He's an important guy.
Right.
For the next reval.
Right.
Okay. We'll just tell them patience is a virtue.
I think that this is a problem we've had. I don't think our appellants are aware of the fact that we have a hard and fast date, and any discussion that goes on has to reflect that date, not today.
Right.
So I think that's now very, very clear, and I think we need to make that clear to our appellants as well. I've got a couple ideas how we can do that.
Right. I think it was pointed out to the owner of 69 that it was a snapshot in time, the October, 2016 grand list, et cetera, et cetera. It was based on data from 2015, sales data from 2015 and 2016.
Right.
So I think that was made. That point was made, and it certainly was made for the owner of 63. But so you want to make it? You want to?
Well, okay. Let's. So as not to upset these guys any more than we have, I think we'd probably say that the appellant was unsuccessful in providing any information that would affect the valuation of this property at the
At the time.
reval date was 2016. And therefore, there's no change.
Okay, I would second that.
Which property?
That's 69.
Okay. All right, and who seconded that?
John Piacenza.
Okay. All right, is there any other, anything else, anybody would like to talk about this 69? And noted that I am recusing myself from a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? None. One abstention. So the motion passes. 3 to nothing with an abstention. Okay. That one's out of the way. Now we'll go back to
Mr. Reed.
63. I can step back in as the chair at this point.
Oh, now we're in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just when things were going so smoothly.
There it goes too smoothly.
And we don't get any cake.
Yeah.
Lost my notes. Give me a moment. Here we go.
Yeah. I don't think the issues he cited with respect to the house in the inspection are substantive enough to warrant any change, in my opinion.
Now, well, he said he was aware of.
He was aware of it, and I mean, there's a price for the foundation, $5,000. I mean, it didn't sound like it was like I said, substantive issues with respect to cost.
John, actually, that's a good point. And the card does reflect that there's been, it was an adjustment for something about the basement.
Right.
So that's apparently already been considered.
Right. So I would use the same argument with this property as 69. And it would be consistent too, because it's the same argument being used.
Yeah, one guy is relying on the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a reciprocal kind of thing.
Yeah, if we get Lynn to read that back, then I think I'd be happy to hear what we're actually putting on paper.
Say that again, Jim. I didn't quite
Well,
understand.
I'm hoping that staff will read that back to us so we have a very clear of exactly what verbiage got put down.
So you'd like to make?
Well, I think we already made the motion for 69, right? That's a motion that's been voted and everything. So Lynn should have that.
Right, but you want the same verbiage in the motion for 63?
I think so, but I'd like to hear exactly what got documented by our, the secretary, so we know exactly what we're voting on, what words. I know what my intention was, but I don't know what the words are.
Well, then could you read that back for the verbiage for 69? Uh-oh.
Did we lose Lynn?
She walked out.
Guess what? I thought we were making some headway too.
We drove her out.
Lost another one.
I don't hear Mary either, so we may have lost them altogether.
Well, we have that effect upon them.
That was the cake. No, John, it was the cake. They're all eating cake.
That's interesting. On my legend here, oh, Mary's microphone's turned off.
Oh.
But not Lynn's.
Huh.
I feel so alone.
Well, we need staff. We can't do anything by
All
ourselves.
right, we'll wait till they get back online.
Yeah. So she probably wasn't there to record the 69. Here we are doing our thing. There's nobody there. Nobody cares.
That's right. Nobody cares. See that
Nobody cares. You know, we're just doing our thing in a vacuum.
We get no respect.
Yeah. Let those fools talk away. Nobody's paying attention.
Being recorded, don't forget.
Yes.
Well, anyway, well, we've got a few moments.
Let me try Mary on her cell phone. Hey, Mary, it's John. We don't have the audio, so I'm not sure if you're probably aware of it. We've been talking our way. We're not sure when we lost you, so, okay. I did not get her. I got her voicemail on her phone.
All right, we'll wait.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hello, we're back.
Oh, I just called you, Mary. Left you a message.
Thank you. What'd you say? Where are
You
you?
can't repeat it.
Oh,
Okay.
I want to know if you want me to save you a piece of cake. No, no, we didn't. I don't know how long ago we lost you, but we voted on 69 Mobile Avenue. I'm not sure if you caught that or not.
We did not, so let me get it. Okay, Lynn is at her desk for the minutes, if you just want to repeat what you said.
Wait, this is 69.
Hang on, 69 from yesterday.
We had a great discussion too. I'll have you know.
Did you?
Yeah. One of our most scintillating discussions.
And we were not here to hear it.
Most of it was about chocolate cake.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Lynn is ready.
Jim?
This is what I said exactly, but this is the point. I'll just read it. Don't write it down yet. But the appellant did not make a convincing argument that the property value should be adjusted from the 2016 revaluation. Next sentence. Sales in 2019, which I think is what Reed is. Was his sale in 2019 or 2020? Or 2020 or 2019?
2019.
All right. Okay. So the next sentence reads: the sales in 2019 will be used to calculate the 2021 revaluation.
Is that a question or a statement?
No, that's the whole thing. Is
Okay.
We're back to kind of discussing this. I thought we had a nice verbiage going last time, but we lost you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So therefore, you're recommending no change.
Yeah. The note, there'll be no change, and this is the reason. The reason is the appellant did not provide a convincing argument. The property value should be adjusted from the 2016 revaluation.
I think Lynn has a question for you, Jim.
I was just gonna ask you if you could just email that to me. You had a couple sentences there.
Okay. Well, we're still we're almost ready for you. I think if everyone agrees, I can read that very slowly. That would be easy enough. Does everyone kind of think those words are okay?
I do.
All
Yes.
right, all right, then the words, then the words very specifically are, and we're going to use a similar phraseology for the next one, so that's why it's probably worth doing it now. The applicant did not make a convincing argument that his property value should be adjusted from the 2016 revaluation. Next sentence. Sales, this is just information for him. Sales in 2019 will be used to calculate the 2021 revaluation.
Okay.
If you don't think that second sentence adds anything to it, then that's fine. We agree that he doesn't really deserve any support here.
Yeah, did you say applicant or appellant?
I'd put appellant, but he,
Okay.
It's almost
I
the
couldn't quite, I wasn't sure what you said.
Same. So you made the motion, Jim?
That's, yeah, sorry, that's, if everyone agrees, that's the motion. And John wants me to run this one because he's friends with the guy. Then if there,
I seconded it before, so I'll second it
okay,
again.
we have a second. Do I hear any positive votes in favor of this argument? Yes?
Well,
Yes.
no further discussion, right?
No further discussion? Okay, fair enough. See, John knows how to do this stuff. I don't know how to do it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Got it. Okay, so we're done with that one then. 60
Favor with one abstention.
John, chairman.
Yes.
Right.
Right. John, do you want to take over and do 63?
Yes, I will take over and do 63.
And since I've already done all the hard work for you.
Anyway, after discussing this, Lynn, we came to the conclusion that this was the same argument for 63 as number 69. So I'm going to make a motion for no change. And if you could use the same verbiage in this one.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
I second it.
Wait, I'm sorry, who was the second?
Don M.
Thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Passes unanimously for no change. Okay,
Folks, your next appellant is in the queue.
okay, give me a moment, please.
Oh.
And that's Rebecca Wildstein.
Yes.
Okay.
Rebecca, are you there?
I am. Hi, how are you?
Pretty well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
All right, this is John Parfit. I am the chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, I'm going to be known as the chairman because one of our other members his name is John as well. So in order to not be confusing, that's where we're doing it. I'm going to read you a little introduction and then we'll begin your session here. Your hearing will be with the Board of Assessment Appeals. Board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers in the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibits you submit will become part of the permanent record. You will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you disagree with the decision of the board, you will have the right to file an appeal with Superior Court. All right, be that said, it's now all of you. Tell us what you got.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for hearing me. And I bought the property, 388 Fishtown Road, in December of 2016. And I had an appraisal done as well in December of 2016. I bought the property for $725,000. And then the appraisal value was for $735,000, which I can submit the appraisal to you as well. So having the assessed value at $928,690, clearly I just don't understand the value.
All right then, let's see. Reviewing your card here. Anybody else wants to step in with a question, feel free.
Rebecca, this is Don Marchand. In the bank's appraisal, how much was for land and how much was for the building?
Okay, let me get that for you. So he had
Rebecca, hi, my name's Mary Gardner. I'm the assessor.
Yes, hi, how are you?
I'm well, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Usually you'll find the opinion of the site value on the third or fourth page under a section called cost approach to value. Usually it's the bottom half of the page.
Oh, okay, perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so cost approach. So he had, let's see, the house at 680,280.
608, 280?
680, 280.
Okay. And what did he have the land at?
130,000.
Okay. Okay. So my name is Mary Gardner, I'm the assessor. Just to point out to the board, his site value is pretty much the same as our site value. And there's a conservation easement on 16.5 acres of this land, which is why we have that under waste. So our full value on the land is 134,000. Pretty close. It's really the building. Rebecca, can you turn to, let me just get there. The section where he lists all the comparable sales, it would usually be
correct. He had
4.
Yes, he did 7 comparable sales at the time. He had 47 Beach Pond Road.
Okay, which sold for $1 million. Yep.
Yep, but he did a net adjustment because it was waterfront.
Yes.
So he had it at 756,250.
Okay. So what I want to ask
And then,
you, oh,
I'm sorry. Do you want more, or do you want me to keep going?
I was going to ask you, if you look at the column where your subject property is listed, and it has a bunch of different classifications. It has, what was the location, site, view, design, quality of construction, age, condition. Do you see those labels all the way to the left?
Yeah.
What did he label as the quality of construction? There's a code, and what did he label that?
Q3.
Okay. So Q3 is, the definition of that is a dwelling or residences of higher quality built from individually or readily available designer plans and above standard residential tract developments or on an individual property owner's site. The design includes significant exterior ornaments, interiors that are well finished. The workmanship exceeds acceptable standards and many materials and finishes throughout the dwelling that have been upgraded from stock standards. So what I'm noticing, Chairman, is that we have a grade of this house as A-.
I see that.
Okay. I'm not sure how to do anything on this property other than to change that grade, because it's such a big house. Part of it is just the square footage that's adding values.
Yes,
You know,
I can
the
understand.
size of it.
Yeah. Hey, Rebecca?
Yes.
Hi, this is John Piacente. I'm one of the board members. Just on the property card or the street card, property description card, it had listed total living areas 5615. Is everything on there accurate in terms of the number of rooms and the square footage?
She might not know that. So Rebecca, this is Mary again. Why don't we just go through the characteristics of the property?
Sure.
So on the main structure of the main body of the house, that has a full basement, correct?
It does have a full basement.
Yeah, and I've actually looked at this house on the MLS listing, so I'm pretty familiar with what it looks like.
Correct.
It has a very custom rec room in the basement under that
Yeah.
area that opens out into the backyard.
Yes.
Okay. And for
With
fuel,
yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go on.
for fuel, it has geothermal.
Correct. Geothermal with propane as well.
Okay. And fireplaces, you have two openings on the same center chimney for fireplaces, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you have 5 bedrooms
Correct.
and 4 full bathrooms
Yes.
and 2 1/2 bathrooms or powder rooms.
1/2 bathroom.
Okay. And you have what we call extra fixtures, which in this case, we know there's a bar sink and 2 double sinks. So we say that there's 3 extra plumbing fixtures.
Correct.
Okay. And the only other question I have is, and that is about all I have for questions. And have you looked at the property card, Rebecca?
I have looked at the property card.
Okay.
Yeah, and my only question is, as well as the square footage, is I'm concerned that I think the pool is being considered as part of the square footage as well.
It is not. The
Okay.
pool is a section that's 34 by 50. And we
Yep.
call that room an enclosed frame porch. So the
Okay.
cost per square foot is much less than a 1-story section. So we
Okay.
knew that a long time ago, that should not, but it's a good question.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mary, could we bring up a current picture?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. It will take a minute, Jim, because this is relatively slow.
So getting back to my question, it is 5,615 square feet? Rebecca?
Yes, and the appraisal has 5,669 square feet.
Okay.
Okay, Jim? Can you see that?
It's beautiful, yeah.
Thank you.
The property card indicates that this building was put up in 1988. Does that seem right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's very new.
Yeah. Beautiful place.
This is the chairman again. It says the year remodeled was 2013.
Yes, I don't see any building permits here, but I would assume there was some kind of work done. Oh. 2007, there was $160,000 remodel put in there.
It's a tough one.
The other thing, folks, again, this is Mary, that you can do, if we don't do this very often, is you can put a cost and design factor on there. But I also noticed, Rebecca, that when you purchased it, it was through an executor administrator's deed.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sure. When you purchased it, actually, this was a warranty deed. The previous owners, their deed was an executor administrator deed. I was wondering if you had purchased it out of an estate or not.
No.
Okay.
No.
Mary, the fact that this house is so large, does that, and I think you were kind of getting at this a minute ago, does that put it into a slightly different status because it's larger than the other houses in the area?
Yeah, and what happens is the price per square foot is just multiplied by a larger square foot. So there's no real economy of scale built into that. You know, the interior is, if you don't mind me saying, Rebecca, it's very beautiful. I think I remember purlins in the basement rec room or somewhere in the house. You know, the logs that go through the ceiling.
Yeah, the barnwood.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very, very pretty. So, you know, the grade as an A- doesn't seem out of whack to me. We grade the quality of construction, Rebecca, and we assign a price, a factor, depending on the quality of construction. And there's lots of things that go into the quality of construction. It's, you know, is it custom work? Is it uniquely designed? Are all the windows really nice double hung windows as opposed to vinyl replacement windows? You know, how much architectural design is in the roof, is in the house itself? Are there lots of windows? Is the kitchen custom? There's all kinds of factors that you consider for the grade.
Yeah, which I'm sure also that the bank would have taken into consideration with their appraisal as well.
That's
and given
true.
the fact that their appraisal was only $10,000 more than what I purchased it for. So I feel like I'm pretty in line with what the bank appraised it at and what I paid for it and what the comparables are.
And he probably, were his comparables in Groton or were they in other towns?
The majority is in Groton. He's been doing appraisals in Groton for over 10 years.
Yeah.
The only one outside of Groton to get the square footage he used was in Eastline.
Okay. Who was the appraisal, Rebecca?
His name is, it's through Webster Bank and is Daniel Redner out of Norwich.
Okay, I'm not familiar with his work.
All right, this is the chairman. anybody have any questions on the board? I don't have any questions either. Do you have any more comments, Rebecca?
No, thank you.
Okay, then I think we will take what we have and see if we can do anything. And we will let you know what decision we make. As you'll be notified by mail after we make that decision. And I do thank you for coming to the board. And you have a beautiful home and made a great presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your time.
Okay. All right, then you have a good evening.
Thank you.
Rebecca, thank you for letting me participate as well.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
This is a tough one.
Mary, what does that come out to per square foot for building cost?
$194 a square foot.
Our value, right?
Yeah.
190. And based on the assessor's value, would be what per square foot?
I'm sorry, that is the assessor's value.
I mean, the appraiser's value. That's the appraiser's value?
Well, the appraiser's value, I don't know what they valued. Well, she gave me 680.
680.
I mean, there's a garage in there too, so we'll just forget about the garage. $121 a square foot.
Really?
Yep.
That seems really low to me.
It's
It's a tough one because it's such a huge house.
Yeah. Can we look at the sales set for this house for the reval? Because I mean, she bought this house right
Right
up
on-
in
Yeah, right on
December.
top of reval. That's what makes it really tough is,
Yeah, she bought it 2 months after the,
oh, that's right on
December
top.
2016. So
Yeah.
it's kind of interesting.
That's
The
hard.
real estate listing is still on the web too, if you wanted to look at that.
Yeah, could we?
It's a
You
beautiful
just-
house.
I'm not going to bring it up on my computer, but you can bring it up on yours.
Yeah.
No, the way, Mary, everything seems to be in order here. This is a tough one. I think
What's
the
that,
only,
Jim?
no, I'm just concerned. This is a beautiful, beautiful place. It's in an odd spot. It's way off in the woods, but Fishtown Road's a nice area.
Sure.
There are a couple of other big houses in the area which are priced at about half of this, and they're pretty big ones, but they're nothing to compare with this one. This one's brand new, with everything you could possibly ask for. It's like a country club. So I think the direction you were going, as far as to give us a hint, was probably right. That anything, the fact that it is so big makes it a little bit of an albatross in a sense. Right, and I think maybe that's the only direction that I can see we can go if we're going to try to give this woman some relief.
Yeah, this is Chairman. I'm not sure what we can give her at this point. I think she was just stuck just behind the reval, which gave it these particular numbers, but apparently she hasn't.
What were they asking in the MLS?
Lynn will look it up for you.
But she hasn't appealed in the last couple of years since the reval, so.
No, she could have appealed three years. She could have
Correct.
appealed.
Hey, Don.
Yeah.
I think you just had it on that bottom.
Oh, well. So in August, it was listed in May of 2015 for 1.3 million.
That was May of 15?
May
Yeah.
2015.
1.3 million?
Yeah,
And then it went down, 5 times till August. Well, December of 2016, down to 725. Well, that's what it was sold for.
That was, you say December of 16?
Yes.
so it dropped from 1.3 million in May of 15 to December of 2016 to 725,000.
Almost half.
Yeah. So what happened between 2015 and 2016 to the market? I couldn't tell you, but that's a big drop.
Yeah, or to the owner.
Or to the owner, true
To the
that,
owner. Could have been a distress sale.
true. And the prior owners purchased it in 2007 for 937, and then they put $160,000 in improvements.
That would put it between $1 million and $1.1 million.
Yeah, that puts us in the ballpark. Oh, this is a tough one.
One thing we can do, folks, is that year remodeled. Let's change that to 2007 and see if that adjusts the depreciation in any way.
Okay, that sounds good.
It might just add a little more depreciation. 2007. To match those permits. What does that do? I see you being careful not to hit commit.
What zone, what's the zoning here, Mary?
RS,
RS20.
yes. Does that do anything, Lynn? No. Yes, on the full value. Okay, so that's fine. It didn't change depreciation, so that's fine. Why don't you leave it as 2.7 because that makes more sense with the permits.
Okay.
It doesn't. So changing the year remodeled to 2007 doesn't change value in any way. It's just a notation.
Now, I've got to believe when they had it on the market in, was it May of
15
for 1.3, that they had it appraised at that point, and that was they felt that was a fair value, or at least that somewhere, maybe the appraisal came in at 1.1. They said, well, let's shoot for 1.3, and they'll probably negotiate it down. But I just can't believe it dropped that much in a matter of a year.
Well, if it was vacant, and like you said, they were anxious to sell it. It sat on the market for like 3 years.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
But you don't know if it was vacant, Jim.
But that was I'm just trying, what's the worst case of a great big place like that can't be left vacant if it was.
Right. Well, it was a year and a half. It dropped in half in about a year and a half.
Okay, so maybe they were
a quarter from May of 15 to
December. If you make the assumption that they were asking too much to begin with, okay, that's fine. People do that.
Yeah, but like Don said, though, they probably got an appraisal. I mean, they didn't pull that number out of a hat.
Well, might have.
Yeah, I kind of doubt it. But.
And for this
I would doubt it.
I doubt it. I think, I mean, we had it at 1.3 effectively.
Yeah.
So we weren't too far off the mark back then. The only thing about this, Jim, you alluded to this, the location. It's kind of, I mean, it's a nice neighborhood, but it's kind of this big, huge, sprawling place.
Right.
Kind of plopped in the middle of nowhere there.
Right.
Sign me up.
Yeah.
Well, Mary, yeah.
Country club.
Mary will move in this weekend.
And this could be a Girl Scout camp or something. It's just monstrous. It's huge.
Jim, with the second computer there, can you access the listing?
I can. What would you like to know?
What the listing said?
The listing. You mean
MLS?
The MLS.
Oh, I have no idea how to do that. You got to get some professionals on that one.
It's Lynn. Just Google the street address, and it will come up with the MLS listing.
So if you just Google the address, and this is all what's online still. you can see what the house was like when it was put on the market.
388 Fishtown. Road.
Yeah.
Okay, Mystic. 19 acres, 5,555 square feet.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not, on the number on the far right says is whatever that estimate, I presume, 678, 600. I don't know what that means. I've never looked at this site before.
So are you on like realtor.com, Jim, or something like that?
Realtor.com, yeah.
So you can actually look at the photos. You can scroll through the, okay.
Yeah, the photo is exact. It's beautiful. It's nice. Oh, she got a nice little pond in the back too with water. Oh, this is nice, folks. This is a nice place.
Well, we can all move in. There's enough room.
There's enough room, absolutely. We
You
don't
got a
even need.
bakery in there for John?
Yeah. The kitchen is gigantic. You'd love it, John. Oh yeah, this is a John style kitchen, all right.
Is that water view?
No.
Just at the pool.
Yeah, well, this pool is a big building. I haven't run across a picture of that yet. Loft is. This is a beautiful, beautiful place, but it's brand new. I guess that's what it's supposed to look like. No, I think the only, if we believe she deserves some sort of help here, it's probably going to have to come from something to do with the utility of this property. It's a great big place in the middle of the woods with other properties around it that are no higher than say 650. So it's twice the price of the next big one. And it's.
Yeah, but what's the next big one got to offer compared to this?
Well, I think it's a more conventional house. Let me go see if I can find it. It would be the one I'm looking at would be across the street there. And I'll give you the address in a second. It looks to be an older place, 393 Fishtown Road.
Okay, now, what's square footage?
I need to do more snooping for that. The building value is 660,000, but it appears to be an older place, more of a traditional old Mystic house. It's gorgeous, and it's closer to the road, which probably would make it a lot more desirable to many people.
Hey, Mary?
Yeah.
John P. Center. Under the building, the land information, the primary size, can we do anything with that like we did for Leonard with the 1 acre versus 0.45 or?
Well,
no, it's not the land.
It's not the land, John, because
Yeah,
the
no,
appraiser said the land was 130 and we've got
That's right,
134. So that's
right.
really,
It's not going to help much.
yeah. You've got like $35,000 in outbuildings. One of those is the pool. There's a garage, the pool, and then a shed. So it's the dwelling value.
And all that square footage.
And all that square footage being multiplied by the cost tables. So if you're thinking about something, and I think the grade is appropriate, I think the condition in CDU is good, makes sense to me looking, and I remember looking at the real estate ad pictures years ago. I remember what the building looked like. And we don't use cost and design very often, but I almost feel like it would be appropriate here if you're going to do something to take that down by a small percent for cost and design. I don't know what else you could do.
And the justification would be what? What about the cost? Is it just because it's big?
Yeah, I think it's the size that's just, she's got an appraisal. It's a bank appraisal, which I wish she had given it to you, but I believe it. I believe what she said, 725,000. I'm not sure what value you're trying to get to, but I think if you're going to make a difference, that cost and design is the way to go.
Well, can we just try it? I don't know. Cost and design is one that I'm not.
Or, you could use functional. You could say it's a functional obsolescence. The house is
it's just
Too
too
big.
big and too much, yeah. Too much house.
I don't know, not,
I think we need to do something to bring her down at least a little closer, not exactly what she wants, but closer, because she bought it exactly at the right time. And and it was, according to this, it was a valid sale. I mean, maybe she got lucky. Maybe she got lucky. That's fine. Let's say she got lucky, but it's valid.
You know, a lot of times when people will go to put in an offer on a house, something like this, they'll go to the appraiser and they'll just say, this is going to be my offer. Is this house worth it? They're not necessarily going to come out with the exact value of that house.
well, that would really get some appraisers into trouble.
Well, I know it would, but it does happen.
I know it does.
You know, I'm gonna make an offer of $750. Was it worth saying it's $770 for
a loan,
mortgage purposes?
Yeah.
For financing purposes.
This is the
That's a
chairman,
tough-
Mary.
That's a tough one to make an assumption like that. I agree.
No, I mean, I'm just saying it happens. I'm not saying it happened this time, but I mean, just throwing it out there. Because I mean, to drop almost 50% in a year and a half,
That doesn't seem right. Something's off. Do we have a way to look at that, Mary, at the reval and see what factors came into play for that value?
No, I mean, it wasn't in the sales set, John, because it was after 10/1. So I don't think it made it in the sales set. And the factors that came into it are the ones that are printed on the card. You know, the grade, Jim, you saw the pictures, right?
Oh, I'm ready to go. I'm moving in.
Yeah, I mean, an A-, that's easily an A.
Yeah, exactly. No, I don't have any complaints about the grading and the condition on that. I'd bug you about that, but I don't have a legitimate argument.
Yeah.
Is there any precedent? Is there any precedent for doing it based on the sheer size and saying, that's a functional space, or?
Not really, but I mean, I'm at a loss as well.
Mary, that house across the street that Jim made reference to, what was it 393?
393.
How does that compare in square footage,
land,
amenities?
I'll see if I can get some more for you here.
I've actually been to that house too.
How come?
I've not been inside, but I have been to the house measuring the exterior. And my recollection is not very good on what I saw on the interior. I don't have anything to tell you.
It's on the market.
Oh, Lynn just said it's on the market. You can get, are there photos?
Well, it's off, but there's 35.
There's 35 photos on the web, folks, if you wanted to look at that. 393. So I'm not comfortable bringing them up on the screen, but you guys can look at it since these are out on the web.
What are they asking for it?
It's off the market now, but let me hang on.
They were asking 718.4.
And what do we have their land value at?
126.
126.
Yeah, and the building's at 660.
And the square footage?
Do you have the square footage, Lynn? 383 Fishtown, or 393 Fishtown.
One moment.
I might have it here. We have 4,677 square feet.
Big house.
4677. So what's it?
Built in 1856 originally.
So what's that work out to, Don?
Are you doing square footage,
Yeah.
John?
Don?
Well, remember, it was built in 1856.
Boy, I'll tell you, if I'm looking at
All of
the,
it.
I'm looking at the pictures, man, I think it was rebuilt just yesterday. I think it's beautiful. Nice hardwood floors, everything is nice.
It's
Any permits?
$141 a square foot. I'm going by just the building, not the land. So $141 a square foot.
And what did we say? We had it at 190 something?
We're at 194.
Yeah.
And the appraiser was at 121. What do we have the building at the condition of the building?
For which one?
Well, 393.
Lynn will have to tell us the grade.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks, I'm
We
looking
got
at,
that as A minus, very good.
yeah,
A minus.
They're both A minus. Wow.
yeah. Looking at the inside again, I don't see anything.
What's the
that gives you-
depreciation? See where it says % good at your bottom of your screen in that little box? Right at the bottom. 85?
Yep.
And ours is at 94. All right, so we have a little more depreciation on 393 Fishtown. That's part of the reason, and the square footage is different.
Got beautiful landscaping. And it's got a pool too, and beautiful landscaping.
Well, maybe we could make an adjustment to the, based on the price per square foot.
Nice workshop. Ooh.
I mean, that's another place you might want to move into.
No, I'm thinking, forget the first one. I like this one better.
It's cheaper.
It's half the price.
So what are you thinking, Chairman?
I'm at a loss at this moment because it's such a big house, beautiful house. I'm not sure what number to put on it.
Well, you know, one thing we've got going for us is that we have a reval coming up, which will probably readjust everybody to a proper number. So if we do put on some sort of an obsolescence or, you know, a CDU or whatever, the fancy stuff Mary was talking about, and we bring it down a little closer to what she actually paid, that would be nice. And then it's going to get cleared up pretty soon anyway.
We'll catch up.
I don't know if we can bring something down that far.
That's what I say. We have to look at some numbers and see.
Just something to give her something.
Well, she paid, I mean, what she paid ought to be correct. And that's supposed to be the fair market value. And we're way above that.
Yeah, but we don't know if there weren't any mitigating circumstances that we don't know about.
Well, I'm just looking at the one across the street. It's in the same, you know, I think it's just as nice. It's got a nicer shop, I'll tell you that. And
That carries a lot of weight with you.
I've got my priorities there, chocolate cake.
Yeah, with you it's the shop, with John it's the kitchen.
It's also 1,000 square feet smaller.
It's a smaller house, so.
Yeah.
Up and down, big deal.
So folks, if you're looking at the property record card on the back with all the dwelling information,
Yes.
there are under the 6th box called grade and depreciation.
Yes.
You see where cost and design is 0.
Yep.
And there's nothing in market adjustment, functional economic. You can make a market adjustment here. So say you wanted to run the dwelling value at 90% of what it is now, we could run that for you. We could run it at 85%. We could see where you wanted to go.
I'd be, I don't think we can leave it the way it is. Frankly, I'm tempted, but I don't think we can, with any conscience, I don't think we can do that.
Can you run the number at 90%?
Sure. So Lynn, just put a 90 in market and then. And then, yeah, keep going. You're right.
Okay, so that brought the new appraised total value to $1,212,900.
So 90% of the building value brings the overall value to $1,212,900.
So we've got to go more than 90% then. What's the
Yeah.
old 80?
80%, Lynn.
That brings the total appraised down to 1,097,000.
So $1,097,000 at 80%.
It's still not much.
Well, I don't know. It's 20.
I don't know if I want to go much lower than that.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't,
Okay.
not for a brand new house.
Okay, so all right, that was what I was hoping you'd come up with, is some kind of a thought as to what you think the value really ought to be.
I mean, consider what it would list it for and how much it dropped in a relatively short, a year and a half. I don't know. It's a beautiful place. The construction, the grade is good. Everything about it is, I don't know what happened, but like you said, it will get whatever variances there is will get picked up in the next reval. We're giving her a pretty substantial reduction at 80%.
I think that's about halfway between the
For
original
200.
sale price and what
Yeah.
you bought it for.
Yeah.
So that's sort of a compromise there.
Yeah, I'd support that.
Okay, all right. Well, it sounds like we're making progress here then. All right, so let's consider a motion then that due to the unusual size and characteristics of this house in this neighborhood, the market adjustment is to be added down to 80%.
Under grade and depreciation.
Well, we haven't changed it.
Under grade and depreciation, the market adjustment.
Oh, I'm sorry, grade, yes, I'm sorry, the
Under
category.
that category. So
Yeah, I'm with you, good.
I second that
then-
motion.
Okay, I'm not sure this, I don't know if you need to say any more than that. This is embarrassing because she didn't pay that much for a beautiful place. So, okay, so that's the motion. We would like to, the motion is to bring the market, add a market adjustment of 80% under the grade and depreciation category, which now offers a new total value, assessed value,
Praise value.
appraised value of $1,097,000,000.
Second.
Who seconded it? John?
Yes.
The cake man.
Oh, wrong one. Oh. John Piacenza seconded it.
Okay, we have a
Rectamundo.
motion to change. We have a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Okay.
That was a tough one. That was
a tough one. Thank you, Mary, for your help on that one.
You're welcome.
You had to dig pretty deep to find an excuse for this lady. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
This is a strange one. Still something about it seems weird, but
well, I think she got lucky for one thing. She just got a hell
might
of
have
a
been
deal.
might have been a timing issue, but
Yep, but still, the neighborhood
yeah.
is still twice as much as anybody else in the neighborhood. And those houses are nice over there.
Yep. Yep.
All right, how much does anybody want to do now? Look into.
Oh, should we go back to Riverview?
Pardon?
Dinner.
It's like, shh.
You want to go back and talk about Riverview and make an adjustment, or whether or not we should?
Oh, I thought, Don, you're the one that held us up on that one,
Oh, it's coming up.
right?
Right,
So if you-
because it was other stuff I wanted to disclose, but not in front of the people that were there, remember?
Gotcha. No, if that's fine. No, if you're ready to go, I think we should. I mean, after all, it's fresh in our minds, yeah. And it would seem to me that the obvious way to deal with it is is to make it similar to Abbott's in terms of an influence factor.
Yeah, we were gonna look at that though, weren't we?
Yeah, did Mary come up with that?
I'm not sure they had a chance to.
It was 10%. I already looked at it earlier tonight.
Okay. So we got a minus 10% influence factor under land information, correct?
Now, who abuts Abbott's?
Who abuts Abbott?
One is a yard on one side, and then it's a house on the other. That's pretty neat. You can just put in an address and it'll give you information about any house in the world. That's amazing.
How long have they been here?
Who?
40 or 50 years?
Abbott's?
Yeah, at least.
Oh, God.
Good Godfrey.
What difference?
Okay, I'm good. I was trying to get to Pearl Street. This computer is just really logy and slow.
Let's see, where is Abbott's? Where is Abbott's down here? No.
What are you looking at?
I was looking for Abbott's on the map.
What are you going to talk about?
We want to see what the neighborhood is like around Abbott's.
Are they applying?
Oh my goodness, this is so slow. I could drive there faster than I could load it up on this machine. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Mary?
Yes.
Lynn, did we calculate, or could you calculate what a 10% influence factor would be? How would it impact her?
Oh, we got that, yes, on the land, the 10%?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I have finally arrived in Noank.
That was a walk.
It was painful.
Are you ready?
Yes.
So with the 10% on the land, it brought the land value down to 584,100.
All right, so that brings it down about.
1,190,000.
Go ahead.
1,191,700 total.
All right. So did both the Maxwell Marina and 109 Pearl Street, or not 109, but the abutter to the north, did they both get a 10%?
Well, the marina would be appraised usually with a commercial approach, so we wouldn't
Right.
think that discounts a commercial property next to a commercial property.
Okay. So, but the residential one got a 10%.
Yes, sir.
Now, my gut feeling is that their influence factor, Lauren's influence factor should be a greater factor. Because if you look at the layout of Abbott's, you've only got the parking lot that basically abuts them. All the visitors, shall we say, would be down by the waterfront, and I don't think that litter would affect them like it did that lady. And I don't think the noise would affect her or affect them as it did Lauren.
But
There's
what I
also
would,
there's also a pretty good line of shrubs and a fence that divides it. So 109 Pearl is not looking across the road at Abbott's.
Correct.
Yeah, you're right. So that's a pretty good barrier there.
Both for noise and garbage.
Right. What about 15%, Lynn?
15, one moment.
Please, thank you.
but just to note, I have seen where traffic has backed up in the summer on Pearl Street because they couldn't quite get into the parking lot yet. So that may be part of what this person deals with, not necessarily at Ford's.
Okay, that brings the land down to 551,700 for a total of 1,159,300.
Which is slightly less than what she paid for it in 2012. I don't know. What are you thinking, everybody else? I think a 15% factor. I'm not sure if we have to be consistent, since we applied 10%, but then again, like Don said, I think she's more impacted just because of the way the layout of everything there.
That's my gut feeling.
More directly impacted by the trash and by the people and by the business itself. So I don't know if you guys want to do more. I'm comfortable with 15.
I'm comfortable with 15 as well.
I
Somebody want to
am
make a
too.
motion on that?
Lynn,
Okay.
can you just give me the new full value, please?
Sure. With the 15, it's the new full value is 1,159,300.
Thank you.
So I'll make a motion that we apply a minus 15% influence factor under the land information to the land for the resulting total value of
Yeah, we did better than meet her halfway.
1,159,300.
Right, we have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I make a motion that we give her a 15% influence.
Yeah, I already made the motion.
Oh, you
Don.
did? All right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll second it then.
I'll second it. Okay.
Marshawn seconded it.
Do we have any further discussion? Hearing
Just
none.
what is your reason for the influence factor so I can put a code in here?
Oh, they don't know what the codes mean. It would be
but I mean,
location.
Just location.
Location.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
All in
Thanks, Mary.
favor, say aye.
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 Lynn, is the assessment 811,510?
Yes.
Thank you. I got
All opposed?
updated for you.
Hearing none. Motion passes unanimously.
Aye.
Okay.
Your iPad went there?
Well, there's
Oh my
not much
God.
left to do.
Hey, Don, you're being recorded.
Okay. All right, just a minute, Jim. Jim's battery went dead on his iPad, so I'm trying to let him know what's going on here.
Well, mine did too. I plugged mine in.
Can you plug yours in? Oh, it's been. Okay.
Been pretty good, Lynn. They're doing a good job deciding.
Okay. Well, John P. made the motion for 15% influence factor. I seconded it, and we're all in favor of it.
This is these are all done. I kept Noble Avenue out so I can do that little bit of
All right, hang on. Jim Mitchell said he's in agreement as well.
Okay, so it is a unanimous vote.
So noted.
Well,
Okay.
I think Jim just ended the meeting effectively.
Well, I think the only thing we have to look into that we haven't done is the floor on Noble Avenue.
Yeah.
We can wait till Saturday to do that if everybody's in agreement.
You guys
Yeah.
are really doing well. You're on track. You don't have much left to deliberate. You're just plowing along nicely.
Thanks for all your help, Mary and Lynn.
Oh, definitely.
Yes,
Couple of these
definitely.
things we've done without you.
Well,
All right, so we want to hold off on anything else until Saturday then? Is that workable?
Yes.
yes, it's agreeable with Jim as well.
Then I'll make a motion for adjournment at 7:50.
Aye.
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 Second, we're adjourned.
Second.
Who's Piacenza?
Yes.
He's hungry.
Just,
He's in a hurry.
just a wild guess. All right. Did we vote? I think we voted, right? Did we vote, Jim? I mean, John?
Yes. All in
Yeah.
favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.
Okay, we're adjourned.
Thank you
Thanks,
all.
everybody. Thanks,
Cheers.
Mary. Thanks, Lynn.
Thank you for your time. Have a great
You're
night,
welcome.
guys.
You
All
too.
right.
Bye
Good
now.
night, Mary.
Yeah, good night.
Okay.
Thank you, Don. Good job.
All right. You too, Jim. Bye-bye.